can actually state my decision.
Perfect.
So, Alaboomers, uh, Dan Hopper's here. Paul Thompson's is here. Dan, actually, I think Indigar actually showed up today. I got a bunch of packages today, but I haven't had a chance to open them. So, but I think that's one of them. So, War for Indigar, I believe, is in my pile to crack open today. So, thank you, Dan, for sending that my way. I can't wait to check that guy out. Hey, you know what? I realized we haven't done in a while. We haven't done our Kickstarter list of games in a while.
Well, we can get that part done while we're waiting for more people to show up. I will start.
Well, I was going to ask you, did you get a chance to stop by Golden Egg Studios?
I did.
So do we have just, I spoke to Alad briefly, like I saw him and he and I just in passing, like we talked for 5-10 minutes. How did your conversation go with Alad?
So it started off with, hi, I introduced myself and said, I'm one of your backers of airlines. And he immediately froze.
No, did he run?
No.
What's that over there?
I was having a meeting. I was just getting ready to start a meeting with the lady who's producing the replacement parts that are going to fix the airplane. So I told him, I said, look, all we want is a little bit of communication. I said, I'm willing to wait until you get this game finished. I said, just, there's been a lot of miscommunication or lack of communication in the project. I said, I think a lot of people would lay off and be, I said, they're going to be jerks and assholes in every Kickstarter campaign that are going to be out for blood and threaten you and stuff. I said, the rest of us just want to know what's going on or if we should just move along. And he said, no, we're going to do it. We're going to get it done. He said, this lady right here is going to get it fixed. We're going to get these things built to a quality that you guys deserve. And those of you who chose that option will get the game when it's ready. May not be till the end of this year or early next year, but we're going to get it done. So I said, okay. And I was being polite and I held back what I wanted the rant I wanted to give him and all that. And just said, you know what? I will give you one more chance. So I will refrain from commenting. I said, keep your head up. I hope you get it done. I can't wait to get the game. And I just kind of walked away and made my peace with the fact that I took the higher ground instead of just railing into him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, good for you, I guess. Though I'm sure it would have been very cathartic for you to just let him have it with both barrels.
I'm at a point now where I'm kind of over it. Like if it was 6 months ago, oh yeah, I'd have embarrassed myself. I'd have gone off on him. But at this point, with the rate of awesome games that are coming out, that game has completely lost any interest. So at this point, it's like I've given away and thrown away so many games now that the $60 I backed that one, it probably would have if I had gotten it when it came out, it would probably already be out of my collection. Because I don't think it's that amazing of a game that it's going to be a lifelong keep from the people who did buy it at Essen the last couple of years when he was selling the broken fiddly part versions of it. So I've kind of just gone on with the fact that it's just another game. There's 18 more coming out in the next month or two that I probably were going to like better than that game anyway. So when it gets here, it gets here. And if it never shows up, I'm done losing sleep and wasting energy on it. I mean, Marvel LCG and miniatures games are coming out in October. I could give a crap about airlines at this point.
But it would be the ending to a long and winding road, right?
Yeah, you know what's more satisfying? It'll be more satisfying to check the stupid checkbox on my Kickstarter page to fill that little gap that I'm missing than it will be to actually get the game and crack it open and play it. That little gap that I see when I look at my pledges that I can no longer turn off or move or sort is more annoying than the actual not having the game itself. And I'm not going to check it because obviously I didn't receive the game and it reminds me that I still have a game outstanding and all that. But that little gap in my Kickstarter history is more annoying than the fact that I haven't played the game yet.
So, interesting.
We'll see. Yeah. I mean, but I've got so many games that are late right now that like this one just adds another notch to the belt. Honestly, there's just so many games have become late more in this last 6 months and the next 6 months than I had in my previous couple years on Kickstarter. It seems like it's just a trend of games getting pushed back. Almost every game that was supposed to come out between March and now has been delayed. So
Yeah. No,
yeah.
You know, I mean, and that's just the way it is, right? I mean, there's
Yeah.
not much you can do. I mean,
There's nothing I can do, and a couple of them are actually big games that I do plan on like keeping, like the Street Fighter miniatures game, the big gorgeous pre-painted giant Kickstarter. That thing was supposed to be here in March, and they're just now getting approvals on all the production proofs. So that's going to be next year. So that's going to be over a year late, probably by the time I get that. See, Eclipse Second Dawn supposed to be March. It's still not done yet. Kung Fu Panda, still March, still not here yet. Football Highlights was July. I mean, it is only August, so it's less than a month late, but haven't even heard, what the estimated date for that is. July Belfort expansion, you probably know when it's coming, but it's not here yet. Hollywood Death Race.
Not anymore.
Hollywood Death Race. That's indefinitely on hiatus, probably canceled. But they are saying they're going to refund, so I'll checkbox that when I get refunded.
Yeah.
I
still want to be able to checkbox the things that that I'm annoyed that you can't checkbox the
$1 pledges.
The $1 pledges.
I really wish I could. I wish they gave us a box, because most of the time
just remove it. Just remove it. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to see this anymore. I don't want to even bother with it anymore.
Because I $1 pledge every Kickstarter. Aldi's in the waiting room. Every Kickstarter does. I $1 pledge, and I can never get rid of those $1 pledges. I've got these little gaps, and most of them I just back them through the pledge manager instead of through Kickstarter, because I get an employee discount. So it sucks. It sucks that we have to have those on there.
Yeah, I know. It's such a pain, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, here I'll run through mine quick.
That was my whole list, by the way. I think.
Oh.
Everything that I read off just now is all behind schedule. Everything else left on my list is yet to hit yet. So.
All right. Well, mine are Myth Journeyman. Just I actually Ulysses North America actually had a booth at Gen Con, and I went over there and actually talked to them briefly, and I mentioned that I was somebody who had backed for all the modules, and that each module has 20 different sculpts and stuff like that, and I mean, and they were very honest. They were like, we really don't have any idea when it's going to happen. It was very, they were like, we are committed to getting everybody everything, but just it'll just happen slowly but surely, and
I'll take that over nothing any day. At least they're honest.
Yeah. So Lazy Gamer. I mean, that's
poor Lazy
Gamer.
Gamer.
Left pinky for a Lazy Gamer.
So that's money down the drain. I'm not even gonna bother listing off RPGs, because the RPGs that are on here, there's several little $20 books that the people bit off more than they can chew.
Yeah, I didn't
football. We all know.
I didn't list that, even though I know that we're never going to see that one.
Diceborn Heroes, which now was supposed to be delivered in December of 2017. The whole thing of the last update, they said the games have arrived, and the whole thing is that the games have arrived locally, but everybody's now is like, well, okay, so when are you going to send them? And the thing is that he doesn't have any money to send this stuff out. And so he's been trying to get people to figure out how he's like, oh, I made some new missions or something like that, and you can pay $10 whatever to buy these PDFs of these new missions or something like that. And So like, and people are kind of getting upset because it's been 3 weeks. And they're also upset because like he's not posting on his Kickstarter. He's posting on like his Facebook page, like what the status is and things like that. And like you can, like he says, you can come by and stop by the house, and he's like a local pickup on like he's specifying certain days you can stop by his house in Canada.
I would not want to give my address out to people. That is
bad
news.
And also he's beginning to organize the packages so they can start shipping them out. But of course, then somebody was like, "Why do I, as a backer, have to go and track him down on the internet to find out when I'm going to get my game?" And I agree with that, just because it's like, and from what I understand, like yeah, people are kind of, I mean, this would be the one that if I actually get it, I will be stunned. Like if I actually like shows up, just because it's been so long. And, you know, I remember running into him and meeting him at a convention, like a Grand Con or something. And like, you know, just talking to him for 5 minutes. So, but you know, whatever.
Which one was that?
That was Diceborn Heroes.
Man, yeah, what the fuck? I think I bought 4 of those damn things by accident. I bought 2 and then I bought 2 again accidentally. So I'm not going to get them.
Well, no, I mean, it's just one of those things where they're waiting. I don't think he has any money to ship them. So he's in Canada and everything costs more now. And so like, you know,
what's the solution for that? I'm trying. Like, how do you?
The only quick solution is if people would agree to pay the shipping again.
I'll pay the shipping again. I mean, the thing that sucks is we already paid the shipping.
Right. But you mismanaged the money or miscalculated the money.
You ran out of money. You have to set aside $10 per box, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck.
So the only real solution is to say, "Hey, here's $20. Ship my stuff."
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And even then, like that's such a I mean, that's such a weird like
excuse,
trust, the level of trust that you have to have, that like if you give him $20, that like he's actually going to.
It's borderline fraud, right?
You know, you're giving him $20 and then you're just hoping that like he actually does send it. And how do you know? You make sure you send yours. And let's see here. Table of Ultimate Gaming, I am still waiting for my my cup holders. As soon as I get that, then I can clear that off my list.
So that's it, though? You got everything else?
I got everything. I just need my cup holders. Of course, now... what?
Have you put it together yet?
Oh, yeah, it's behind me. But of course, now I ended up sitting down and having a drink with the Raskellers guys, and now they're talking about, like, trying to convince me to have them put together a table for me, and then they'll bring it to PAX Unplugged and show it off, and then figure out a way to ship it to my house. And I'm like, oh, that sounds interesting.
Did you see that one that it's a new one? I think it's called like, it's not Chip Theory, but it's like Game Theory or something like Game Theory, I think is the name of the company.
No, I didn't.
At Gen Con?
I didn't.
It's a really nice table shipped in 2 weeks. That's the goal.
2 weeks. That's a pretty nice turnaround.
Pretty fast turnaround. I think they can do it.
Court of the Dead, Mourner's Call. Well, Raskellers they're gonna run a Kickstarter, I guess, towards the end of 2019.
Who wants to buy a table on a Kickstarter? Like, why buy? I understand, I guess, getting it started, but like, why can't I just buy a table now? Like,
no, I agree.
Wait for the Kickstarter. And why do table companies want to give? I mean, here's the thing. I know Berkey does really well on Kickstarter, so I'm not like trying to bash him, but like, you're giving up 5% of the profit too.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna, even if you order straight from them, you'd have to wait a couple months anyway, only for the wood and all that to adjust, climate.
Yeah,
acclimate.
No, like you know what you're talking about, Barry. When's the last time you worked?
4 years ago. In 2 months.
Okay.
I finally got my oldest Kickstarter delivered.
Whoa, what was that?
It was the second Kickstarter I ever went. Were you done, Lance, or no?
No, I wasn't. But that's fine. I guess you can just
go. Keep going.
All right, thanks. I appreciate. Thank you. Court of the Dead, Mourner's Call. That's they had a huge problem with their miniatures. It was due back in December. They had a copy of it that I saw at Gen Con, like their pre-copy, and I was like, I really hope the game's fun. I was like looking at the minis. I wasn't too excited. But whatever. It's maybe the game will be fun. So no problem.
Maybe.
Let's
Maybe
see
not.
here. Maybe not.
Been waiting a long time for it, that's for sure.
Let's see here. I had Stygian Society is due this month, but they've said it's gonna be late, so no, we can't do anything with that. And I think, other than some random like RPG books, there's a lot of these that are late, but everybody just knows they're going to be late, and there's nothing you can do about it. So, yeah, I think that's it. The ones I'm like looking forward to that are coming out relatively soon. I'm interested in seeing what the freshwater fly looks like.
I am too, and that one's one of the ones that's coming up here soon.
Yeah, they've even got it like it's like on its way, so it looks like it's gonna make it. For the
because they got it for sale at Essen. They're listing it that they'll have it for sale at Essen, but they said it would go out to backers first. So I'm guessing it'll be here before October.
Yeah, I'm excited to check that one out because I like the other games by them.
Yes.
And then there was another one that I was excited to see. Well, On Mars from Vital, but that's just
you're gonna get that. I've seen a picture of the games.
Yeah. Well, la-di-da. All right. Well, see that's okay. Scott Alden, you may go. I'll allow
thank
it.
you, Lance.
We'll allow it. How generous.
I know.
Mhm.
So my oldest outstanding Kickstarter was my second I ever backed. It was a documentary about Crohn's disease. One of my roommate when I worked in the video game industry made it, and I gave him producer level, so it finally came out, and it's good. So if you have Crohn's disease, look for Wanted: Crohn's End. It's a pretty interesting documentary.
Okay.
My mother-in-law has Crohn's disease.
Yeah, it's a tough disease. I thought I had it, but I don't really have it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad you don't have it.
I know it's way worse than what I've experienced. The second one that I will call out tonight, and I think it's the first time I ever called it out, is Boomer Doom Kickstarter Adventures in the Tabletop World by the guys that make the Boom in a Room, Two Boom in a Room, or whatever it is called.
Mm-hmm.
Two Rooms
like
in a Room.
Alan Girding and
Yeah, I'm like, what are you doing, man? I want my documentary, but I guess I'm probably never gonna get that.
Real? Oh, it's not gonna happen.
Is it gonna happen?
I don't know. Well,
I don't know. I'm not giving them 2 hours at a time because friends and all that.
mm-hmm.
But it was estimated delivery of April 2014. Never seen that. You never know. You never know.
You never know, but yeah, that's kind of late.
Glamazons versus the Curse of the Chainmail Bikini. Did you guys back that one?
No.
That's a Matt fantastic game. He says he's making progress, so we'll see someday maybe.
Well, doesn't he have a couple other Kickstarters that never fulfilled ever?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe
he's that's not the first one. This is
it's probably not. I tend not to give my friends a hard time. What is this one? Oh wait, I must have checked that off. Let me see. Page up. There was a pretty big one. What was that? Their paging tools are really rough. In fact, there aren't any paging tools.
Someone's listening to some fancy music.
Oh, that'd be me. So this is there's a guy who plays music on lute. That's like just basically he makes CDs for bards. Like so, and then so whenever my bard in my D&D campaign plays anything, I just pick one of his songs. And so it's just like to like, okay, I'll set up camp and then.
Have I mentioned Capes and Villains Remastered? That's not been delivered. The last update from 2016 is hello, Capes and Villains. I've been away, but I've returned with good news. After vigorous playtesting the past month and a half, we've made tweaks to all the decks to make them balance and flow better. That's the last update, 2016.
Huh, nice.
Estimated delivery was December of 2014. Did Core Worlds Digital ever come out? Or did they?
I don't think so.
Mhm.
Yeah, still waiting on that. What else we got? I gotta find something juicy. Era, a 30-minute civilization card game. You remember that one?
Did you back fantasy football? That one's not coming out.
back fantasy football.
There you go. That's a juicy one.
Yeah,
Let's
juicy.
Yeah, there you go.
Lone Wolf board game. That one's always a classic to bring back up. I'm never gonna get that.
Oh yeah, that one is like all the people everybody blames each other and nobody knows what's going on.
Did you see Jasco's bailing out the Evil Dead people?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
cool. They actually
So
did that.
Jasco's redoing the Evil Dead game. It's a completely new game, but they said if they
but it looks
fund,
fun.
they're going to send a free copy to everyone that was in the first Kickstarter.
Yeah, it's the guys from oh gosh, what's the name of the company? It's one of the guys. God, he always wears a white leather jacket. I can't remember his name. Gosh,
I thought that was a nice touch for them, though. Good publicity
really nice.
for sure.
Yeah.
Kind of like when Cryptozoic bailed out the Atlantic City game, Doom to Atlantic City game.
It was originally by Space Goat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I gotta give the name a shout out real quick because it's awesome. The guy's very. I think he's bailed out a couple Kickstarters now.
Good. Get him in touch with Elon and the guys that are making fantasy football. Maybe we can get my shit.
Get my shit. What is the name of that game? I'll find it. Give me a second. Come on. Nope. I'm trying to think of one of the other games they've done. They did a King Arthur game a while back. I heard it wasn't that great. Damn it. What is if anybody knows in the chat.
I'm trying to the Lone Wolf. I've forgotten all about that Lone Wolf game.
Yeah.
I just remember reading it and just like it was just one of those classic somebody just blew all the money on Blow and Ladies of the Evening or something because it was
how much do you think Blow and Ladies of the Evening cost?
Oh, just
not that much, Lance.
No, they
bought a house.
Yeah. Very possible. Very, very possible.
Lone Wolf Adventure Game, created by Dom and Cubicle 7. 635 backers, pledged 68.
Well, Cubicle 7's still around, and they're still doing other projects, so they just must have...
Last update on this. Yeah, that was the final update, August 20th. This is like let's look at this. It looks like they mentioned the Lone Wolf project is currently live.
But I'm pretty sure the game is actually out, right?
Yeah, but I forget the one that was I forget. I remember reading the big giant one where they were basically the he said she said. That was probably a couple of years ago though. They must have figured it out eventually. And maybe did you back that? Did you get it?
I never got it.
Oh, it looks like maybe that you had to jump through a hoop and you never jumped through the hoop to get it.
Jumping through. I shouldn't have to fucking jump through hoops, man. You should be contacting me and trying to get it to me, right? I already jumped through my hoops, filing my backer kit and all that bullshit. Am I angry tonight? I don't know. Maybe
You seem a little angry, Aldi. Did you?
Just a wee bit.
Do you need a cup of coffee or need to get later or anything?
I'm in a good mood. I'm going on a cruise in 2 days, so I'm all good.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're gonna go BGGC, right?
Yep, on Friday.
Well, that's pretty awesome.
Actually, sales on Saturday, but I'm flying down on Friday afternoon.
You may want to
Hopefully
work out some of this
and
aggression before you
I
hit
have
the boat.
exciting
man.
news. Rodney is bringing tapestry, so it's gonna be fun. I have to try that one out. You guys heard of that game?
It's been getting a lot of buzz lately. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know. Some guy made it. I'm trying to find another. I've got so many unclaimed unclaimed.
Like every one of yours is like that because you don't follow up on all your stuff.
I don't have the
You
time.
need to hire someone for that. I keep telling you, you need to hire someone for that.
Lincoln
it's a full-time job.
But I really don't want him to waste time on that. Gosh, I gotta page up like 40 times.
Yeah, just hire somebody for peanuts to do it for you.
That seems so like wrong. Zero Agents is another one. I've talked about that one before. All the people just completely disappeared. No apologies, nothing. And that was a pretty big back number, if I remember correctly. Let me find it.
I can only imagine like you might get to like some weird point where you'll just be like, oh my God. I mean, if it's like, how am I ever going to handle this problem? It's just insurmountable to me, just like,
yeah.
And that's, I mean, I guess in a weird way I can understand just crawling into a hole and
yeah, I think you could just say, I don't know. What do you do? What is the right?
Well, the right thing to do is it would
100 grand on Zero Agents was raised.
Wow. The right thing to do would probably be just bury your soul and just say whatever.
That's really the best thing to do, in my opinion. I think just flat out say, hey, look, we tried, and here's what we did, and be very meticulous about what you did. Now, of course, if you didn't do shit, then you're lying, or then maybe you go bury your head. But
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's when you just have to, like I said, you just kind of have to bury your soul. But I mean, even then, people would still just want to string you up by the yard arm.
It really does feel like the outrageousness of, like, if you go by, I don't know, like the amplification of social backers, like crowdfunding, the outrage grows exponentially.
Yeah.
Right. Like if you went to the store and bought that game and it was shitty and you never played it, would you be as outraged? As if you didn't get the game at all? I don't know.
I think if it was crappy, then you would, as long as if it resembled the game you were promised and it was still crappy, then I think people would probably go, well, I guess win some, lose some. But if it was like, oh, you're gonna get all these different minis and you didn't get the minis, you got cardboard cutouts because they couldn't afford it, and stuff like that, then maybe you
gotta remember the wait amplifies everything. Right, waiting for a year and then expecting to get it, and then waiting for another year.
Yeah.
All of that amplifies everything. If it was just, go to the store, buy game crappy, you got something, you received what you paid for. It just was no good. Yeah. But when you're doing Kickstarter, your anticipation is high. You're vested, so you're already invested, so you're already interested. Your excitement levels through the roof, and then you wait and wait and wait and wait and wait, and depending on how good or bad the communication is, you just feel cheated, robbed, and that's what gets everyone so amped up. It's not so much if the game is good or bad, or if they ever get it. It's that feeling of being cheated.
I found another one that's kind of interesting: Blackout: Journey into Darkness. And I almost I remember this one because it's a minis game, and I'm like, from a person who had never done a minis game before. Here's the last update, April 16th, 2018. I apologize for taking so long to post an update. I had some personal issues in my life come up that postponed the production of the game as well as all other aspects of my life. I'm sorry for not getting back to all of you sooner. I'm back, however, and committed to getting the game I believe to be an awesome experience into my hands and into yours. The final card proof sheets you see here are the last aspect that needed to be set up at the factory for full production. All cards, counters, and die-cut board components are ready for factory production. Only the figure molds need to be final. Well, then the cards are not the final link. It's the molds that are the final link. And then he probably got the bill for the molds and was like, "Oh shit, they're $2,000 each. What the fuck?" Because people don't realize that. $2,000 for a mold.
$2,000. That's actually not.
I mean, all the cards are there.
No, I was just say, I would love to see that price for our molds.
Oh yeah, you guys are probably way higher. That's probably the low end. Yeah, that one's a cool one. Like it looks really cool. Blackout is a post-apocalyptic miniatures game set in the Northern Wastes. For those of you that missed out on the campaign, Blackout can be ordered through BackerKit until late January. Of what year?
Not this year.
Pandemonium, Fantasy, Survival, and Horror. Did I get that one? Does that sound familiar to anyone?
Not me.
That's by the Game Forger. Did I get it? Some of these I might have gotten, and then I think I got Pandemonium. Actually, it looks familiar.
You need to update your stuff.
Yeah, it's so hard to do. If I don't do it right away, coming back to it later is really tough. I try to take a picture of everything, but I got a big goose egg on the Heroes of Normandy storage system, and I don't know what to do about it because I think I wrote them and no response. That Heroes of Normandy is definitely the Devil Pig guys. They shouldn't run Kickstarters, right? They should just make games. Let someone else run it.
Yeah, I've got their Warhammer version of the Heroes of Normandy system, the Warhammer, and it's a pretty decent game. But yeah, they're dealing with them and being a UK-based company is not easy because like you want to order some of their products and it's like you go to their website and they charge you like $60 shipping. It's like no thanks. I'll wait for Yellow to get them on the US side of things.
Well, if you ever have you seen the amount of crap the Heroes of Normandy system came out with?
No.
I mean, piles and piles and piles and piles and piles of cardboard. And there's no box to put it in. Or there's a box, but it doesn't work.
They made a storage solution for Warhammer. They've got these like unit boxes you can put all your stuff in, but I don't know if it's similar for the other systems or not.
Oh, I gotta check off Cult. I got that Cult book with a K. Did you back that one, Lance? K, Cult.
Which one?
The Cult Divinity Lost horror role playing game.
No, what is it? Is it already gone?
I'll see if I can dig up the book. It's around here somewhere. Yeah, there's a lot of games that I'm never going to see. Oh, I got Campaign Trail finally. Chuck that off.
That's a really good game.
Yeah, I want to play it.
I want to play a lot of games. I just haven't been able to.
Yeah, that's the struggle of the modern airlines golden age of aviation.
Oh, no, let's not go down that road again. We've already talked about them tonight.
I know. I'm getting up to the more modern times.
If you're at airlines, you've got a long way to go.
Yeah, I'm in 2017. Whelp to Worms. Is that did I get that one? Whelps to Worms. What is that? I don't even remember the a dragon themed tile exploration game that bites back. There's posted in June 11, 2019. There's hope. There's no real news to speak of other than a couple of conversations with another small publisher and Rick, the designer of the game. Maybe. Oh.
Maybe you didn't back everything under the sun.
Yeah.
My percentage would be. Oh, Neverland's Legacy. That's the company that did the bailout. Who's sort of helming the bailout.
Did you back? Hey, Baldy, did you back the most recent Hexplorit game, the Sands of Shirax?
I did, man, and I got so much stuff already from the last Kickstarter. It's so weird. Now they're doing that game. I love that system, by the way. It's really fun.
Yeah, I just got done with my video for that one.
It's really
the Sands actually adds so much cool stuff to it. It's just ridiculously good. It the other games you built the map as you played and you kind of went off to. So this one, like, you leave the center open, and it's like the wastes of the desert. And the only way, and like, you can either start off in the desert or you can start off by one of the city states. But the only way you can get into the wastes is by taking a caravan, and the only way you can get out of the wastes is by taking a caravan. So it's like and then the caravan actually has its own little adventure while you're on the caravan that you can earn rewards and get bonuses from, or you can just let the caravan die if you want to, and then like you can and then maybe that's your whole point, like you wanted them to be destroyed again or something like that. And then there's like now there's a big giant alignment faction, so you can align yourself with different city states, and then there's this big giant like sandworm called the Ravager that lives in the waste, and as the game progresses, it keeps coming up and disappearing. And when it disappears, it leaves behind these crystals, these radioactive crystals that you can harvest, and they're worth a ton of money and a lot of quests have to do with.
Sounds like they had a bunch of stuff.
Oh yeah, and so then each city state has its own like quest that you have to do. Like you decide which one you align with, and then you try to complete that quest to win the game. And some of them are like to like kill the Ravager. One of them is actually to tempt basically tempt the Ravager to destroy and the other city states. So like except for the one to like and then like so you gotta tempt it to come over and then have it submerged next to the other cities, and then it like destroys the city state, and you got to do that for three of them. One's just like collect a shit ton of money. And then you win by like basically becoming like the most wealthy merchant group in the world.
I need to dig into some of that new stuff.
No, yeah, it's super cool, and it's like yet again, and like it's still that Hexplore it like big giant deck of cards with all kinds of different cool things that happen, and good stuff.
50 races times 50 classes combined.
Yeah, just combine all that.
I mean, they're not like that deep, but they're kind of fun. Like there are enough things there to make it interesting.
So, and then you can combine all three of the sets together to make some giant Uber game if you want to. I don't know who would be insane enough to do that, but you can if you want to.
Oh, I got the board game that finally came in. That was one that I've been waiting a while for that. Age of Empires came in.
See you back. How many things have you back? Like
a bit sick. Let me get all the way to the top here in a second.
How many Calyx shelves do you have?
None.
All of this goes to the BGG library, right?
You know what? I have a 6x6 upstairs that I store. I don't have any games here.
Yeah.
I use Scandia shelves from Container Store. You know those?
Yep, I know.
You can fit so many more games in those than Calyx, but they're way more. That's the price. They're really expensive. So I have an old Scandia catalog. I gotta dig it out and take a picture.
What's money to
the guys who created it? It's like a bunch of these. I don't know. The scientists that made it are all standing on one shelf, levered like in a like they have like the frame built up, and there's like one shelf sitting on there, and there's like 8 guys standing on it.
Nice,
so cool. But I love Scandia, but it doesn't get any love because Calyx is the bomb. Cheap.
Well, it's fairly inexpensive. And
Lynn Vander Games is the guys that have been bailing out these Kickstarters, by the way.
Really
nice guys from Canada.
Yeah, Lynn, I know those guys. Those are cool. So there you go.
I just got the fantasy football there, Pete.
You what?
I just got the I'm scrolling up.
Oh, I thought you said you got it.
Oh, I thought you said you got it too. I was about ready to punch you through the screen.
Do you want that game? I guess you're a sports guy.
I'm a football guy. That game was really exciting for me. It was.
It looked cool. I remember JR working on it. I mean, I don't think it's any JR's fault because he wasn't the publisher, but he was part of the designers.
Yeah, I remember I talked to him on the phone a few days ago, and we were just talking about life and everything. I said, "Hey, whatever happened to that?" He's like, "Dude, that guy, like, he's like in witness protection or something because he's just completely vanished." So
interesting.
Hmm.
There was another money that I'm really excited to get, and it hasn't come out yet. What was it? The problem is that it's just hard to keep up my memory with all of them. There's so many things. It was a cool sounding co-op.
No idea.
I finally got the Joan of Arc crap, but here's the deal: I'm never going to play it. I misunderstood what the game was, and now I'm just never. It's just never going to hit the table. It's a skirmish game, and I can't. I didn't know that. I probably should have paid a little more attention to it before going in there.
Yeah.
I might just give it away, auction it off or something.
Give it away.
Give it away, give it away, give it away, give it away now.
I would have to do something fun.
Well, that's a big game, yeah.
Yeah.
You'd need to do something. I mean, it's like a
It's
$400 all in.
This is everything. It's everything, including that stupid giant thing, dragon.
Yeah, I got a guy locally who bought it and he's having remorse, so I'm probably going to buy his. I missed out on it, but it looks cool. I don't mind skirmish as much. It's just I would not want to pay shipping on something that big, so I got to get it local, or else I'm not going to get it. That thing probably costs like $300 to ship.
I think I recall it was pretty reasonable shipping for the whole package.
You haven't got it all yet.
They sent it in one box, right?
You haven't got it all yet. That's only wave 1.
Oh, okay. Well,
wave 2 is coming at the end of the year.
Haven't
and it's
you
the
guys
equal amount of stuff to what you got in wave 1.
Okay.
So whatever you got, double it.
Has the new Chip Theory game been shipped yet? The one they were selling at Gen Con?
Cloudspire?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a fan of that system.
That's Rob.
Rob's got it.
Yeah, I know, but he got it at Gen Con.
Yes, he did.
It's one of those things where it's like the dilemma of a company selling games at Gen Con, and then the backers get kind of like, it's not really what I would call screwed, but it definitely doesn't feel good.
No, it doesn't. I mean, I can understand. We've done it before.
Yeah, you kind of have to, right?
Yeah,
because you're spending, and I'm sure Kaban spends way more than Board Game Geek at Gen Con, and I can only imagine what the final battalion is. And if you don't end up selling stuff to like offset the costs, like,
yeah, you can't go back the next year.
Yeah, that's true. No, it's.
I just got my credit card bill for Gen Con, and it's not pretty.
No, I would imagine it wouldn't be. But you guys at least sell the bits.
We actually did pretty well with the bits this year. We did way better than any other year we've done.
You also sell the hot game tickets
website and just sell bits.
I haven't gotten my hot games room check yet. I don't know how that all works because we've never sold the tickets for more than base cost. So I don't know what the deal is there. So they just cut me a check.
Maybe. Do you have a direct deposit on file with them?
Well, I've never filed anything with them, so I don't know what to do. Here's an interesting one. I backed to the Edge : Dawnfall, which I've heard is amazing. You guys know that game?
Nope.
Dawnfall, DAWNFALL. And I never got it. And then I went to the backer kit, and it turns out I never finished it.
What a shocker.
Their janky backer kit. So I wrote to them and I said, can you just apply it to the Edge Dawnfall 2, which is not out yet? So I'm bypassing the whole version 1, going straight to version 2 with the money from version 1.
Nice.
That's kind of a fun story.
And you don't need anybody managing your Kickstarters for you.
No. Who would do it?
You find somebody that could do it on a part-time basis. You pay him a very small amount of money or offer him free bits from the geek store. And you get somebody that actually responds to the emails, fills out your pledge managers. I mean, it's not a hard job. It would only take someone maybe 10 hours a week to manage your stuff. To give them like a bunch of BGG store credit. You need someone that's just responsive, someone that has access to the email so they can do the pledge managers on time, make sure the shipping is paid, someone you trust with your credit card number so they can take care of all your stuff for you, and then also be able to go into your account and check mark stuff as stuff gets delivered and all that jazz. So you just need someone to micromanage it or make it a task for someone you're already paying to do something else and say, hey, I also need you to manage my Kickstarter account. How many games are you missing that you just forget about, and you're never going to go through your entire backlog? You need someone who's actually going to dedicate time to do that.
Make a good point, Pete.
I do every once in a while. Wow. I know, like with us, our new policy now is after the pledge managers closes, like holding pledges. Like if you don't complete your pledge after fulfillment's done, you have like a couple month window, and we just cancel and refund. That's it. There's no more like sitting on pledges for years. We don't have the warehouse space to sit on someone's Zombicide season 2 pledge from 7 years ago that they never finished. So we're getting stricter with it because there's too much empty product sitting around from old Kickstarters, and a lot of other companies are going to do the same. So you're going to end up missing out on stuff that you backed from a few years ago that maybe you're $10 shy of paying your shipping, and that's just sitting there, and they don't know who you are.
I just got my homesteaders. Can mark that off the list.
Lance, can you let Richard in?
Richard said he wasn't going to make it. Now all of a sudden he's going to make it.
He said he's in the green room.
You little liar, Richard! You said you had technical difficulties.
Oh, hi there!
Hey,
I
man.
believe I've been sitting here for almost 10 minutes waiting for you to let me in.
Jesus.
He was doing it on purpose. He knew you were there.
I think you need to share the hosting feature. Perhaps that's something that
I don't think you can do that.
Can't do it.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
I was literally crooning you with Phil Collins songs quite a while ago. Give me a chance. Give me a try.
Which songs?
Studio. Yeah. Oh,
Solid choice.
Yeah. It felt appropriate at the time.
In the Air Tonight? No, is that Phil Collins? No, that's Genesis, right?
It's Genesis with Phil Collins. Yes.
Yeah. So it's Phil.
Everyone still calls him Phil
Did
Collins.
you guys back Black Rose Wars? Did anybody black?
No, I skipped that one. I'd spent too much money that
Still
month.
haven't gotten that one. All right, I'll stop talking about this.
Yeah. I'm sure Richard Ham has plenty of Kickstarters that he hasn't gotten. What's your Kickstarter?
My wife still hasn't gotten that dog leash she backed 5 or 6 years ago, I guess.
Bastard.
That.
I don't think you're getting it.
I don't think you're getting it either.
I wonder what all the money added up on failed crowdfunders would add up to. That'd be an interesting number to figure out. Is it more or less than 5 million? Probably more than 5 million.
Probably
Right?
more than 5 million.
10 million? Is it more than 10?
10 million, but
Closer to 10, maybe more like 12. Because some of those giant tech ones that make like 2-3 million, like that 3D printer one. Have you got some?
I remember that.
The crazy 3D printer one.
The cooler. Like, remember that one?
The cooler.
Yeah.
Some people got
the cooler never came out?
Some people got it. Some people did get it.
But
then they had to sell them. Yeah, the Cooler Saga.
Yeah, that was a pretty good one.
Wouldn't you shit your pants though if like overnight you made $10 million for like a stupid idea like Kickstarter, but you can't turn it down? You're like, I got $10 million.
Remember the viral potato salad guy when he was just like helping me?
Yes.
Yeah. Then all of a sudden everybody thought this was some get rich quick thing, and so they tried to latch on. Oh, help me make
oatmeal
holy dip, and here's $5. Why am I not getting $80,000? Because that only happens
You
once.
can only do it one time.
Yeah, and that guy had it happen. So just
did the wall guy ever give the money back? Remember that one?
No.
The GoFundMe to build the wall.
Oh.
There was one. He made a lot.
Though I do remember from like 15 years ago or something like that. Like somebody, took a screen, like a website that was going to be the screen, and they blocked it off into 1 million squares.
$1 million homepage, baby.
Yeah, the $1 million homepage.
$1 million homepage. And every pixel was $1.
Yeah, you could. So like every square was a buck, and if you wanted to be on the $1 million homepage, you just had to give them $1 and tell them what your square is going to have. And so there were companies that were like,
it's still there. You can still go to it.
Yeah, and then like there are people that oh yeah, I'll have my company on the $1 million homepage or whatever.
It's still there. It's crazy how many. I think someone went through all of the companies that were, because it was mostly like companies and stuff, right? That use the ads, because you could put a link on your pixel piece.
Yeah,
and then like over half of them are no longer in existence, maybe even more than half. Like the URLs go nowhere.
Perhaps that was not the best use of their advertising money. Staking out 20 by 30 pixels.
I think it was a big deal though when it came out. Like I remember. Oh yeah, I remember considering it.
It was a huge big deal, because it was like oh look, like he could guarantee people were going to go to that website and they were going to see the things on there.
There was so few cool things back in the day. Like you had
Yeah.
to go to it. You had everybody. I mean, I remember it distinctly.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is when Punch the Monkey came out. Do you remember that little ad thing?
Yep, I remember Punch.
Every time you clicked the Punch the Monkey, and,
Well,
the money tree. Do you remember the money tree where you click, like if you clicked, one pixel had like $1,000 like winning bonus on it or something?
Yeah.
If you click the right pixel, you would win. But I'm sure.
I remember the one that had the kind of like commercials on TV that were like offensive. Like the guy, like they were trying to they were shooting mice out of a cannon trying to hit a bullseye, and it said something like send all complaints to something at blah blah blah.com or whatever like that, or it's
popularfile.com.
Yeah, I forget what it was, but it was some website, and so then people would go and it worked for them for a little while, and then they vanished, and like one of them was it showed a guy like a big giant biker tattooing the name of the website on babies' foreheads. They were and they're all bawling and crying and send all complaints to something.
Do you remember Cat Scanner?
Mm-mm.
Where the guy put the cats on the Xerox machines and.
Oh,
that was Cliffy B from Epic Games. It was
nice.
Do you remember? Did you ever meet Cliffy B there, Richard?
I must have.
You had
I don't
to.
recall.
If you went to E3.
I was in Texas for several years, so I'm sure, but I have no recollection.
Yeah.
So either that means he's not as memorable as he would hope, or I didn't meet him. It could be either.
I wonder if the Cat Scanner pit thing is still out there. There's so little of that now these days, right?
Well, because everything's been done.
I know. Well, not everything's not been done, but there's less fun stuff on the internet anymore. It's all articles about YouTube videos, or it's just garbage junk.
Yeah.
Just quick little opinion pieces to piss people off.
Well, that's what it is. That's how people I mean, it's just it's tough for people to one, have something that's new, and also it's just I mean, the trolls get the juice, right?
Yeah.
And they very rarely I don't know, nobody ever pays for their stupidities, so to speak.
The internet's gotten a lot less fun.
It has gotten a lot less fun.
Yeah.
Starting with that BGG logo.
It all started with that board game.
Fucking logo.
All
God,
over.
What a pile.
It is.
No, it's
that fucking logo.
HMPG had a fucking logo. Shot. HMPG.net is the last page of the internet, by the way. That's when all the fun ended.
Didn't what was Lynn Vander's last huge game that they just did? I forget what it was.
They did a Buffy game. They did the Neverland Legacies. He did. I think he also did one from it was something to do with King Arthur.
Yeah, and I can't remember what it is. Was that Albion's Legacy or
That's Albion's Legacy? You're right.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy, and he's very generous. I mean, I think he's just a wealthy dude, right? Made his money elsewhere, and now he's spending on board game stuff.
Yeah, no, he was. Yeah, and I remember I did a video for his first one, the Albion's Legacy, which was a totally weird version of that. It was.
I had it sitting here, but I never got around to playing it. Sherwood's Legacy, Neverland's Legacy, Albion's Legacy.
Yeah, what's the?
I don't think I played any of those.
Which I think is Deep Shit. Deep 5HIT. Is that no? It's Deep 5H.IT. Deep Shit.
Yeah, and so he's the one that saved. Lynn Vander saved which one?
Several. He's been part of the Walking Dead, or not the Walking Dead, the Evil Dead 2. Right? He did something else too. The problem is it's under Jasco now, right? Like I guess he's pretty close with them.
Yeah.
But I think he's throwing in a lot of his own money to make it happen.
Yeah. But Evil Dead 2 is like live on Kickstarter now. It's like
they're doing I think they're calling it he had a term for it and it was a great name. Maybe it's on there. Let me look.
It is. It's on the little page that he talks about it.
Yeah, he came up with a great name for it, like Heart Funder or something like.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's got to raise $195,000. I mean, I don't see that.
They were only at 12,000 when I saw them earlier,
and that's only going to pay for the shipping for the other games. Oh man, is he not going to make it? He's only at 29,000.
Yeah, but I think it just started.
Time, but I mean, is that like because they had like the Mega Man game and I forget.
They're calling it a Heartthrob campaign.
Was that the Street Fighter?
Jasco did Street Fighter, which I haven't gotten yet.
Yeah, they're way delayed on Street Fighter because of getting production proofs approved.
And that was with Angry Joe as the designer.
Yep, correct.
Yeah.
Heartthrob campaign. That's a great name. I didn't realize it was going to be so high. Sucks. He's not going to make it.
It's so weird when you see a Kickstarter campaign that has like 100,000 as their goal. I mean, like it makes sense for companies like I don't know, like Cool Mini or not, those jerks, because they're going to hit it. But like I can remember when Zaya, the first Zaya came out, and he was like, "Oh, my funding goal is 120,000,000," and I was like, "Holy crap, dude, you're never gonna hit that." And then like he did, and I was like, "Holy crap, dude, you hit 120,000,000!" I couldn't believe it. I mean, because like everybody's like, okay, like bare bones the game and give it a funding goal of like 25,000,000, and then and then we bare bones it, and then like because. Like you'll have companies that will have like, oh, we're going to give this to you at 30,000, and they know they have to hit 90, right? Or they have to really start making money.
Well, and they might put a little scratch in on their for themselves, right? Like from their own.
Well, okay, so I mean, people are dumb, but I mean, but Kickstarters, it's like, okay, so like you look at all your components, you look at all of like everything that's going to cost you money, the cardboard, the miniatures, the dice, the wood, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and then you figure out exactly how much that's going to cost you, and you get quotes from your manufacturer just like anything else, and they say, okay, to put this all together and put it on this box, it's going to cost us $9 a game, if you give us a 3,000 game print run for it or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then like you factor in, okay, I spent $5,000 on art, I spent so you come up with, okay, and then you come up with a number where it's like, in order for me to actually start making money back on this game, I've got to hit 80,000. But then the companies don't list 80,000 as their goal, they list like 25,000 or 30,000 as their goal, because they know that the Kickstarter backer mentality is like, as soon as you hit the funding, like people are more willing to give it money again, right?
Can you cancel a Kickstarter after it reaches funding?
Yeah, lots of people do. Gray Fox Games
all the time, yeah.
Yeah, Gray Fox Games hit like 65,000 on a 30,000 Kickstarter for After the Empire,
right?
And they're going to relaunch in like 2.5 weeks. Because it didn't hit.
So that's potentially the other theory, right? Put the funding goal low enough that you hit your funding, and then you're into your stretch goal thing.
And then you can fund it in 10 minutes or an hour, and everyone gets excited and thinks, "Oh, it must be good."
Point?
It
to
is.
me, that means you didn't really need the money. I don't know. Kickstarter, still talking about it.
It ain't going anywhere.
7 years later. My first project backed was one of TC Mitchell's.
Was it?
Yeah, it was the what was Seth's game? The
Eminent Domain.
2012.
One of the best.
Yeah, that was the very first one I backed ever.
It might have been one of the very first board games.
Before I worked for them and before I didn't work for them.
Speaking of, Lance, any news on the job front?
Yeah, I am gainfully employed.
What?
What?
Jesus, I really guess I need to freaking go to Facebook more often. but I hear
I
it
haven't
very
posted
much.
anything on
He
Facebook.
hasn't
I don't
posted
think
yet.
it's been announced yet.
No,
No.
he has. Was he saving
Well-
it for a Boom announcement?
Let's
No,
have a big rollout.
It was like, no, Jeff DeBoer at Fun Again, reached out to me at Gen Con and asked me to come on and be like an account and project manager for him. So,
Wow.
yeah.
What's that mean?
You are the evangelist, right? For the
Yeah, I will be
Yeah.
their Kickstarter expert. And basically, talking to
Oh,
companies that have Kickstarters, helping them to get Kickstarters up and running, helping them to use Fun Again's reach to reach out to different to our subscribers and things like that. Also, making and creating some video content for them. Also helping those people that are running Kickstarters with fulfillment and making sure, just being a liaison type of thing. So,
but Fun Again is a retail outlet, right?
yes, but they also just bought Ship Naked.
Oh.
So they are taking over like all of Ship Naked's fulfillment services, and so like Fun Again Logistics is like technically the branch of the company that I'll be working for.
Oh, okay.
So so I get to go to Essen this year, baby.
Nice.
I get to be part of the
I'll probably see a lot of you.
the cardboard caravan.
Cardboard caravan.
Yeah. So I get to roll into Germany and check that stuff out. I'll be theoretically, if Aldi hooks me up with a pass, I'll be at BGG Con. So throw heaving cardboard at people. But it should be fun. It should be good. Jeff is like a super cool guy that I met at BGG Con like 3 or 4 years ago, and we usually try to play some super dense Euro together at some point. And he's like and like the guy that my like kind of like cohort and direct report is a guy named Rick Scoville, who recently came on with the company as well. And like he and I are going to be working together on the logistics side of things, and it's gonna be pretty awesome. I think Rick's actually listening in right now on the live feed.
Very possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, it's super exciting. I started on Monday, and so I'm just getting my feet wet right now and like kind of learning exactly how things are going to work, and yeah, I think it's going to be a really good fit. It's going to be I've done the whole marketing and developing and board games and stuff like that. This will be more of a like a business side of board games, and so I'm kind of excited to learn that side of it as well. So
Wow.
yeah.
So certainly one of your biggest responsibilities at TMG was managing the Kickstarter campaign. So that just gave you just like a ton of experience that's applicable to what you're going to do now, right? So
yeah, so that's
awesome.
the whole thing is like there's a lot of times when people I guess like they were telling me about how people would reach out and they'd say, hey, like I really need some help with this. How do I, do this, that, or the other thing? And back when Dan Yarrington, when he was running Ship Naked, he had done several successful Kickstarter campaigns. So like he was the person that they would outsource to, and now they don't have to outsource it to anybody. They can just tell me about it. So yeah, I'm as they say, excited. So,
and we launched the cardboard caravan to those guys to this week. So the cardboard caravan will start getting populated soon.
Well, you keep saying this. What does this mean?
It's a what's the right word? It's a game acquisition service, game concierge for pickup at BGCon. So you can order anything that they're going to buy at Essen and bring. They're going to bring back probably like 20 to 50 copies of all the big stuff.
Who are
Plus,
they?
Fun Again.
Fun Again?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you could go through the BGG preview and just pre-order them, and then you'll pick them up.
In the past, Fun Again just did it on their website. They would just do Essen pre-orders on their website.
Yeah.
And then what they would do is, Rick Scoville just emailed me. He's like, "Hey, thanks for mentioning me." Yeah, no. So yeah, so I mean, it's something. Okay, so if there's a super cool game that is going to be at Essen, and you desperately want to have a super cool game that's releasing at Essen, and we all know we get people in the U.S. we get a little bit spoiled. We tend to get the games before anybody else does, but Essen's the one situation where we don't. But Fun Again makes the trip, and Jeff has told me it's just like they mad dash running to and just basically give us a deal on buying 50 copies of this game, and usually if you show up and you say give me the people are like, yeah, sure, it's like let's do business, and Jeff's got a good head for business and what have you, and I guess I'll just be carrying the boxes for him.
I'm gonna be working up a sweat.
Yeah, but
so they all get stored in the BGG booth, and then we brought them out to the truck. I shouldn't say any of this, by the way. This is
well, so then the whole thing is that then either A, you'll be at BGG Con and you'll be able to pick them up right there, or Fun Again will ship them
direct mail.
One of their fabulous warehouses, of which I've already seen one, which was really cool, and yeah, so I mean, it's just this is I'm like I said, I am feeling a little overwhelmed right now with like the breadth and width of information that I'm getting, but it's kind of neat just to be learning something new, and it's just like being a part of helping one. I mean, obviously there's going to be people that we've already like Monolith goes through our logistics and stuff like that, or they have in the past, or Cephalair Games, with all of their things did in the past. So it's gonna be awesome to have existing relationships like that and helping those larger companies, but also one of the things is that the mentality will be that there isn't going to be there's no company that's too small, right? It's like a lot of these people I got 1,200 of these games coming. I can't put them in my garage. I have no idea how I'm going to send these out. We want to be able to step in and say, look, here's what we can offer, and it's a very competitive rate, and we can take this off your hands, and we can put our team to it. I know it sounds like I'm being a salesman right now, and that's not usually my my go-to, but I mean, I think it'll be fun just to help those people, and also just take a giant headache away from people. I mean, whenever I do an auction on BGG and sold 10 games, I was annoyed having to put this in this box, drag it to the post office, and I was just like, this sucks. I don't want to do this anymore. But yeah, so I mean, anyways, that's what I am. I am the account manager of Fun Again Logistics, and they were they were kind enough at first. They were matching my salary, and then they said it was really nice. And I mean, I'm just gonna say this. They said, well, hey, and then I was kind of trying to decide. I had a couple other job offers, and and Jeff actually said, hey, what's it going to be? And I said, well, I still have some things. I have a couple meetings, and he's like, well, don't make up your mind until you talk to us. And I was like, oh, absolutely. And then they were like, give us 48 hours to give you an offer. And I was like, all right. And then 2 hours later, they had substantially raised their offer as far as my compensation, and I was just. Yeah, so it was
Undead Fun Again.
Undead Fun Again.
That's from the chat. I didn't make that up.
Yeah, no. So they definitely made me feel very, very wanted. So I want to make sure.
I'm sure it was a very nice turn of events after recent events. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, totally. So
I'm sure you don't want to mention by name the other quarters, but were the other things that you were talking about, were they similar things, or were they more about just game PR stuff with existing publishers?
Yeah, I mean, there were there was one that was a couple of the quarters, there were a couple of the game companies, and one I don't know, I got a bad feel after one of the interviews, it wasn't that I thought I probably could have worked for them and it would have been fine. Another one, ultimately, it was a situation where they would want me to move eventually, and I have I have a 75-year-old mother. I have my situation with my niece, and my kids are in school and they know everybody in their school. My wife is her parents, live 5 minutes away from our house, and so it wasn't that we would never move. It's just one of those things where it's we are very, very entrenched here, and that kind of stinks because the other game company, the person who runs it and owns it, I mean, this individual, they're one of my really, really, really good friends in the industry, And and they said repeatedly, it's like I wish I could have you work remote. I just can't. It's like we have a small team and I need everybody here.
Right.
And it was a situation where like they were like talking about, I want to be able to move and go to other endeavors that have nothing to do with board games, and I would want you just to take over the day-to-day process of the company. And I was like, oh my gosh, that would be amazing. But it would, and I was definitely very wooed by the offer, but it's one of those things where I really like it in Minnesota too. I've lived in the upper Midwest my entire life. I'm very much a northerner, so to speak, and I love the summers. I love the winters. And it's just I just couldn't handle moving, and it's just so. And the person that I just referenced, like when I the last time I talked, they were like, hey, they said my mentality is if things are supposed to work out, they'll work out, and maybe at some point in the future, you're gonna come and work for me anyway. And it's just like, and so still good buddies, still good friends, and that's the cool thing. So, but now, yeah, and then and it's just like, and then I'll leave the last little thing kind of as a vagary, because I'm just going to leave the last thing as vagary.
There's a private chat window just on one side of your screen. I don't know if you picked up on that. They do have that feature.
I can possibly say something in the privet chat here. So, but yeah, there you go. Anyway, enough about me. Anyway, somebody else talk while I type to Richard here.
I'm excited to work with Lance because I know we'll probably be working together a lot on that cardboard caravan.
Yep.
Oh wow.
And there's an I don't know what to say, but I have ideas about stuff. Let's just say that.
And
suddenly Aldi was never seen on the boom again.
And one of the nice things,
but it's not. He does. I don't think Lance. Well, Lance maybe knows about it. I don't know.
Well, I think Jeff has alluded to a few things.
Yeah, there's some ideas brewing in the world. Let's just say that are not small.
Well, the nice thing is also so Fun Again is going to reach out to people like Kickstarter games that have like a TMG Deluxe game, or a master set or something like that, where it's like an exclusive Kickstarter item, and they're going to reach out to those companies, and they're going to offer, hey, can we get like 200 of these? Can we get 500 of these or whatever? And then they've done that in the past with like Scythe and I can't remember another game right offhand, but they're going to have those sets for sale on like you missed out on the Kickstarter, well, here, you can still get it, kind of thing. And so, and one of the things is that they're going to want me to create some video content for the Fun Again website. They're going to launch a brand new website here shortly, and it's weird. Like Jeff, 2 years ago, was going to get out of the business, and he was just going to be done. And then he did this huge clearance of most of his stock, and kind of I think he realized it was oh wow, I have empty warehouses now. And then he said, and he had some money, and he was just like, you know what, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to do this. And so he dove right back in, and now he's basically kind of recharged himself. I think when he cleared off the shelves or something, he got super back into it, and he's super excited again. So, yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. But I mean, I'll be able to create some video content for them, and they're gonna put that right on the new website. So if somebody goes, oh, what's the Snowdonia Master Set, and they'll be able to look and see them on the video and stuff like that. So, yeah, I can still do a little bit of video stuff, but I mean, I'm gonna still do my channel like I've always done, and keep plugging away.
Will every video now start with a sponsored by Fun Again Games caveat?
I actually just finally, because I have such a huge video intro. I just actually, and I felt kind of.
What are the words for that intro, by the way?
He's undead. He's a Viking. He's undead Viking. He thinks he's awesome.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was he thinks it's awesome.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's there's a geek D&D band, like metal band in town called the Kamikaze Snowmen. And when I worked at US Bank, one of the two members of the band his desk was like 50 feet from mine, and we would talk about board games and stuff a lot. And then I asked him, "Hey, would you make me a theme song?" And he's like, "Yeah, I can come up with something." And then he came back and he gave me a jump drive with the 1 meg song that they had put together. But then I was like, "Yay! I have a theme song!" And
it's a good one too. It is.
And I took the old Philip Dewberry logo that he created for me. I think I've told everybody that story. Like, I said on Twitter, "Hey, I need a logo," and then somebody sent me the logo, and I was like, "Hey, that's cool." I said it on Twitter, and then 2 years later, I was like, "I have no idea who made this logo for me." And I remember I asked repeatedly in videos and Twitter, I was like, "Who made this logo?" I had no idea who made this logo. And then I'm sitting down and 6 months into creating the game with Philip. And I was just and we were talking about videos, and I mentioned that. He's like, "Yeah, I made that for you." I was like, "Really? It was you?" I had no idea. But yeah, so no, I think this is gonna be a good fit. It's gonna. I'm excited, and it's nice to have a job as well. So
Oh, sure. So yeah.
Yeah, as it is. So there you go.
You only went a month. That wasn't too long.
No, I mean, and
you had your
told I could have. I mean,
Yeah.
I got offered the job pretty quickly right after Gen Con. I just was mulling my options for a little while there. So
That's the best way to do it.
yeah. Okay, now I'm gonna finish writing this
Secret typing stuff.
What can I say? Or I don't have anything to say. I played a lot of King's Dilemma.
I'm waiting to get my copy. I got one at Gen Con, but I didn't have room for it, so a friend of mine brought it back, and I just haven't got it. I'm just going to be getting it next week, probably.
Without giving away anything, how is it?
It's good.
Okay, good.
That's right. It's got spoiler stuff, so you can't really talk in depth about it, correct?
I mean, yeah.
What is the basic game?
Yeah, just go over the basic game mechanics.
Yeah, the basic game is very easy. Okay, so you start with a deck of dilemmas, right? You open an envelope and it's got 4 dilemmas in there. Those are the starter dilemmas, right?
Okay.
Those go into a deck. Everybody gets a house. It's basically like a Game of Thrones house. That's always been around between, what's the word? Persists between deaths of kings, right? You start with a king, King Harald the 13th or something like that, and you play a game. And the game consists of the person with the most power draws the bottom of the deck and reads the dilemma. You can vote yay or nay for the dilemma. So this is not really a huge spoiler one because it's in the first deck. Do we stop slavery or not? These merchants come to town and they've got all these slaves, and do we want to free the slaves or do we want to let the merchants come in and do their normal trade? What do you choose? For yay, you'll see icons. It'll move icons in the positive way or in the negative way, depending on what the outcomes are. And it's sort of like a stock market. So you have 5 attributes of or 6 of your nation, and it's wealth, morale, military, standard stuff like that. So maybe if you free the slaves, your morale will go up, but your money will go down. Right. So there's always a give and take in all of them. Not always. There's some are very black and white. This will go up or will go down. X, one of those things. So you basically bid for the outcome of the dilemma, and you're bidding yay or nay, or you're passing. If you pass, you can take power, and that's how you amass more power. It's a closed economy, right? So if all the power I bid and I win the vote, it goes into a center pot, and then if I pass in the future, I'll get to share from that center pot. It's very straightforward. There is a way, and so if you don't want power when you pass, you can take the tiebreaker, which is super powerful. If you're in control of the tiebreaker, you decide who wins if there's a tie in any way. And then,
but those are events, right?
So every dilemma is an event, right? You have to resolve it, yay or nay. And like if everybody passes, the person with the gavel can just resolve it in the way they want. Now, whoever has the most power bid into that event reads the back of the dilemma. The back of the dilemma will tell you what actually happens, right? Because the front of the dilemma tells you what could happen and probably will happen. There's never been it's never contradicted itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it says something will go up, it will go up. You just don't know how much it will go up or down. And some of the cards have envelopes on them. So let's say we freed the slaves, open envelope 105. If you didn't free those slaves, you see open envelope 104. Right? So you're basically branching the game at that point. A new envelope comes into the game. It's got a story card on it, like telling you basically the results of what you did by freeing the slaves. And then 4 more dilemmas go into the dilemma deck and they shuffle.
Mm-hmm.
So now you've got your base 4 dilemmas, which now you're down to 3, right? Because you just resolved one. And then 4 new ones, right? And you shuffle those all up and they can come out in any order. And every time you get an envelope, it puts more dilemmas into the game.
But it is every round. Oh, here's a new dilemma, and is the main game voting, or is there
The
a
main
worker
game-
placement game, and this is just something that happens every
There's
once
no
in a
worker
while?
placement. It is purely negotiation and bidding.
Oh, so every round it's okay. We have to make another society-wide decision,
Correct. Mm-hmm.
and it's just like it's
So
a
you
branching tree from there. Wow!
And so your tree branches, I mean, in drastic ways, as I think, because there's basically a thing where he says ignore this or take this, and if you take it, it opens up this huge storyline branch.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't know what happens the other way, right? Like because at the end I'll probably go back and look at every card.
Sure.
So is the game only playable once then?
Yep. It
Oh
is
yeah, it's a one-time deal. Like you're stickering the board. Oh, there are also stickers on the board, and all of them are the same.
What does the board do if this entire game is just nothing but hey, let's read some cards and vote?
It tracks your status.
This is society stats, then the individual house stats.
Now, at the beginning of the game, which I jumped over that to get to the core of the gameplay, you draft a card of one of 7 or 6 cards that basically give you like that game goal for that game. Now, if you're greedy, you want like the wealth all high. You want things very high, but not too much. And if you're a rebel, you want things like far apart. So you want some stuff low and some high. Be a moderate. So they have terms like greedy, moderate, rebel. Where the other ones are. There's a couple others. And based on the outcome of the end of the game, when the king die, the king will die or abdicate. How do I explain this? There's a little meter at the center of the game. If things get too good all in a row, the king will abdicate positively or he will abdicate negatively. Like he'll be run out of town. So you kind of want to, if you want the game to last longer, you make things go up and down. But if everything just all goes up, you'll end the game really quickly because the king will go positive very fast. So if it's sort of like a seesaw, right? So if you move something up 3 or 4, let's say it moves up 4 and then down 1, you move this little marker up 4 and then down 1. Mm-hmm. And then if it flies off the edge of the board, the king abdicates, either positively or negatively.
How do you win a given session?
You amass points.
Okay.
The person you'll get a certain number of points for making your drafted card goal. Like if I'm greedy and all my stuff's in the right zone, of this like sort of stock marketing thing, I'll get a lot of points. And then if I have the most gold, I'll get more points. Now, gold matters differently to different people. Like some of the cards, like the greedy guy, gold matters a lot. For the rebel, gold doesn't matter at all. Like rebel just wants chaos. It doesn't care about gold, right? So you'll get points from hitting your goal. You get points from gold. You get points from power. And there's something else, if I'm not mistaken.
So this is basically a game you have to get a group and play through the entire game.
No, because we played Saturday with a new person who loved it. Like we just threw him in and kind of told him the stories. All the story cards are there. You could sit there and read all the story cards to catch yourself up on the story.
But how do you score points if you're 2 games in and someone jumps in? How do they catch up?
It's so after the scoring of the game, based on your position in the game, you score prestige, and you fill that in on your card. You fill it on your house card. So let's say the winner of the game gets 2 prestige, second place gets 1, third place gets nothing, but they get a thing called crave, which we don't really know what crave is. It's like a black crown versus a gold crown. And And if you're in last place, you get like two black crowns, depending on how the king died or abdicated. If he died, you score one way, and if he abdicates positively, he scores another way, and if he abdicates negatively, you score another way. It's all very similar, though. Usually, having the most points wins, like, will get you the most prestige. That's the game. And you play game after game. Like, so a game is a series of dilemmas where the king either abdicates or dies, and that ends the game immediately. And then you score, and then you just start again, and you just have the same dilemma deck constantly. And it just
How many? Do you know how many sessions are in the base game box?
So we've played 6 now, 7,
Okay.
7, and we've opened. This is not a spoiler, but it's sort of unknown.
Well, then don't say it.
I'm not spoiling anything. There are 12 big giant stickers that are hidden, right? They're behind a peeling thing. When you fill in 6 of them in your rulebook, the game ends. Like the Uber game ends. And I don't want to tell you what are on those stickers. That's a spoiler.
No.
Spoiler.
So you get 6
We've uncovered
stickers.
2 of those. They're called secrets.
So you
6
feel you've
stickers.
gotten through 30-ish% of the game.
We think we've made it through 30, but I think we're even further than that because I have a suspicion of how they work. But I don't want to say.
Because you don't want to. Because
So
knowledge
somewhere
is power.
between 30 and 50% is where you think you're at.
Probably.
Okay.
And how long is a game?
7 games. A game can be up to an hour, but could be like 40. If you're really like, we started getting really quick with the games. Like we stopped negotiating so much and started just voting, like bidding, right? Because you're really not anybody's friend in this game.
Okay.
You have some overlapping goals, like the greedy guy and the rebel guy want certain things to go up, but the moderate guy wants things to go down. So you're probably going to be bidding against them to make.
And how many players? 4?
Gosh, I think it goes higher than that. I think it goes like 8.
8.
But
people can jump in and out and it doesn't affect the game?
No. Now
I don't see how that's possible.
In our game, yeah, I know it's hard to explain. But he jumped in, played 3 games and had fun, and he feels like he got a good taste of the game. He saw a little snippet of the storylines. We caught him up on all the storylines. And it goes to 5.
5 players?
Oh, no. Yeah, it goes 5. But I don't see why you couldn't have 6. Oh, you know what? Because there's not enough secret cards. That's the problem. Right? Like Greedy, Rebel, those kind of cards.
I got this in the mail today, and this is awesome. Mothership, the sci-fi horror RPG. It is like, it's almost like one of those little zines. Tuesday night games, and Chad will back me up on this. It is like create your characters and they die really quickly. Massively, like very abstract-y as far as the rules go, but like you basically, if you wanted to do your own version of Alien,
cool.
Like and play like something along those lines, like very, very good and very, very grim and dark and dirty. But if you like that sort of thing, I know your wife would probably like that, right, Richard?
Wow, you read? It's like you're in touch with her soul.
Yeah, as Chad said, it won the Ennie for best game. So, but yeah, there you go.
I should also mention that there's have been no. Now you know I'm not going to say it.
What? Say it.
It's probably too spoilery. Now,
yeah, let's not because I.
Oh, then don't say anything, you big.
But the core mechanic of the game is an auction. It's bidding. Like every round is just bidding.
Yeah. Okay.
No worker placement. No card drafting. No.
But you like the game overall.
I think it has a lot of cool things in it. I will withhold my final feelings on it till I finish it because I haven't seen everything. Obviously,
I'll say this: I played Black Angel for the 3rd time, and I still want to play it again. So that says a lot. That says a lot.
Yeah,
for this game.
Black Angel and King's Dilemma are the 2 games that are with my friend in Atlanta that I'm getting next week. He's shipping them to me this week.
Usually 2 plays is where I'm like, nah.
Are you getting better or worse?
I've won both my plays. So
I have both your plays out of the 3.
Come here.
Hold
on. I talked to my daughter.
So a funny thing happened for our game. I got uneven amounts of dice
Oh,
I got one fewer gray and one extra yellow.
I heard someone else complaining about
So,
that on
We
Facebook.
played as if that was the rule and thinking the gray dice were super rare because we only had 3 of them or 4 of them.
Oh, you're actually physically
Yeah.
missing dice.
Supposed to have 6
In
of
box.
everything.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So we had one fewer gray and one extra yellow. So we thought that was like the distribution. So we were all like going for yellow stuff because there was tons of yellow dice and there was very little gray dice.
Oh, wow.
Spoilers.
So now I have to write like a letter G in Sharpie on my die to make it. That's not a spoiler.
I'm joking.
Did your box come with equal numbers of dice?
I think so. Oh, good night, Nugget. Say hi to the internet.
Oh boy.
Hey, Nugget.
The person who's mad about getting a cat is now a
Whatever.
cat.
This cat loves me.
Uh-huh.
At
So
least
here's an
something
interesting
does.
I really liked Black Angel. My group hated it, so I'm basically never going to be able to play it again.
You have the worst group ever, and you should abandon all of them. Nugget is correct. Deaf to your group.
I know it's
Is
weird, right?
it a campaign game or is it a game
Very
you can play with anyone?
What's that? I can't hear through the thing.
I can't hear over the damn cat.
Hey,
Damn cat.
you watch your mouth
That's because
about nuggets.
The weekly.
For a guy who has 2 kids and a wife, you act like you never played with a pussy before.
Yeah, no kidding.
Shut up, dumb.
Why? What is wrong with your group, Aldi?
I don't know. They
How
were
could
just
anybody.
I tried to get it out of them. They just felt like they're doing a lot of busy work with no reward. As let's say, too much, not enough frosting, too much cupcake. That's what one of our terms is, and we say a lot.
That's the same thing to say. So your co-players want more frosting, and there's too much cake.
I think I glommed onto some strategy early that they did not notice. Like,
so you whooped them and they're like, this isn't fun.
I don't think I actually won the game though. No, another person won, but I glommed onto a strategy where I was doing a thing over and over again, and they didn't know what to do. Like, they were just aimless, right?
What were you doing?
Stuff.
He was winning.
I was deploying the ships where you dock your ships and just let them fall off the board for points based on how much tiles you have.
Yes.
That one. I don't know what you would call that thematically.
Saying goodbye to your robots.
Yeah, flush my robots off the board and scored I think I scored 18 points for one tile that went off the board.
Yeah, they could have joined you.
They could have, but they didn't.
There's 2 slots on every one of those cards.
Yeah. Well, there's 3 if you're the founder.
Exactly.
Anyway,
that's too bad. I'd play with you, Aldi. I want to play it right now.
I mean, based on the response, though, I'm not going to be able to get it back to the table. So I don't know what to do. I have to just ship off my copy.
Find better friends.
I think you need
can't tell people what
game group divorce.
Not. I mean, everybody has their opinion, right? It's either whether it's right or wrong.
There are plenty of other fish in Dallas.
I know, but my game group's perfect, so I can't.
They're clearly not.
Yeah. They are a very good game group. Like, took a lot of years to get to this point. So it's 4 people every Saturday for a year, years and years.
Yeah, I don't know, buddy. Time to say goodbye.
Well, here's the deal. There's many games that all of them like and I dislike.
Like what? Because I hear you don't dislike anything, is what I've heard from
let me
the
think.
Undead Viking.
That I can say. They all really like Underwater Cities. I'm just okay with it.
I like Underwater Cities.
And I don't really want to play it because it's just so long. It's like a 4-hour game.
Wait a minute. They love Underwater Cities and they don't like Black. What?
I don't understand it. What? Doesn't make any sense to me.
Weird.
I know, right? Oh,
Yeah.
they all dislike Teotihuacan. I love Teotihuacan. I won't be playing that anymore. Yeah, it's really
I haven't played it yet with the expansion. I mean, does it add what I think it adds, like more funds?
I haven't cracked it open yet, and I doubt I will be able to since
and they haven't
is
sent me a new copy. I don't think they're going to, so I'm out as well.
It's really weird. Feast of Odin is kind of the collective favorite game of the entire group.
Oh, jeez.
Beast for Odin with the expansion really fixed the problem.
Haven't tried the
Without the
expansion.
expansion.
Do you all play in different rooms because you don't have to be with anybody because you don't have any interaction at all? You know.
I was really surprised about Black Angel, but about 3/4 of the way through, the telltale signs of some statements were made. I'm like, oh crap. Where I always put out the line, well, if no one's having fun, we can just stop playing. And they're like, no, we want to finish. I'm like, okay. But then I have to hear all the criticisms. And I don't think any of the criticisms are valid.
I guarantee you all their criticisms are bunk. What's a criticism?
What can you tell?
Frosting.
They're doing a lot of busy work, but not making any gains. They feel like.
I think one of the criticisms was that they didn't hold true to the original trilogy, and therefore Last Jedi was just horrible because of that.
I don't know. I was having a grand old time with it, even though we had a weird mishmash, lopsided dice count, and our entire Black Angel was like flooded with red, like it was just about to.
Then, if they feel like they're doing busy work, why don't they take 5 seconds to save the fucking ship?
The one guy who was saving the ship was
to run all their subroutines with peak efficiency.
The one guy who was doing all of that stuff was basically complaining the whole time that he was the only one cleaning up the ship. And I'm like, but you're getting so many benefits from it. Like, why are you complaining? I guess you feel like if you're the person doing the cleanup work, you're not doing the fun stuff of like flying around space, right? Like, just even though like mechanically they're probably worth the same type of points, or you get the same kind of benefits.
Oh yeah, I imagine that it's balanced, very balanced. Yeah. Well, maybe not your copy, but
who knows? Yeah. Well, I mean, I might have had like way more red ships than. Yeah, we nearly locked up the entire system.
Mm-hmm.
We eked our way into the final planet.
Yeah, I think that's the way it's supposed to be. That's the way it was when Eric and I played the first time, and Jen and I we played it the first time a couple of weeks ago, and she was going for way too many long-term building towards big super paydays. And I realized about 2/3 of the way, you know what? In 2 turns, I could blow us up. I could totally blow up this entire ship right now, and all of your plans will be ruined. Yeah. And
then you did
talked about it. Well, no, we talked about it, and I said, okay, honey, look, here's what I can do. This is the only thing you can do to try to stop me. It won't work. Do you agree that I have won? And she says, yes. If you do that, you will win. And I said, okay, we can continue on to specs.
You won. In an alternate reality, you won.
I think Lance.
So what happens when you lock up the Black Angel? You go to immediate final scoring.
It's immediate, and the only real change for scoring is that any resources you have left over don't get scored at 0.5 point a pop.
Okay, that's minor.
Because of course you didn't build any colony.
It just shortens the game.
Yeah, it just instantly. Well, it doesn't end the game. It does. Everybody does still get one more full round. Right. When you run out of cards. But yeah, I mean, in Jen's case, she still was setting herself up for stuff that was going to take her like 4 or 5 rounds. And I'm like, yeah, I could end this right now, and I would double her score. And I let it go. We made it to the planet, and she won by 2 points, and we were both very happy.
It's a great game, and honestly, it was like I can tell the effort that went into the years and years of development. It is definitely cool. I really liked it. I don't understand why they didn't like it. I have no good explanation except they didn't feel like there was enough frosting.
That's weird. I
don't know.
That's jibber.
It has been sort of polarizing for a lot of people. I mean, I know that like Steph Hodge. I mean, she was like very meh about the game.
Well, as I understand it, there were extenuating circumstances for that.
Well, I understand there were, but I think her initial reaction to the game was, without any extenuating circumstances, was that it was still kind of meh. You know, but what do I know? You know,
I don't think you can get the entire feel of that game with one game.
Oh man, ask Eric about his game with me. The first time I played it, I was just bouncing off the wall the whole time, having so much fun. My only real complaint is it is compared to TWA, and I know they don't want to compare to TWA, but you have to. TWA has so many cool special powers on all the cards. So many, I mean, and there's really. None of the cards are cool. They're all just convert this to points or this to points or this to points. Or
it doesn't have the batshit crazy stuff from TWA.
TWA with the Ladies of TWA expansion, I would still play that over Black Angel. But Black Angel
But
is
that's- but
still
here's the deal,
unless like I find 3 other really amazing games. Black Angel is going to be in my top 3 of the year,
Oh,
no
yeah.
doubt.
No doubt.
Oh yeah.
Have you guys played Sierra West yet?
No, I'm still waiting for my copy.
Oh, you didn't play? I thought you did a run through, Richard. No?
I did.
Oh, you did, yeah.
I said yes as Lance said no, and I felt bad for him.
Yep.
It's good. It's not as
Well,
good as Black Angel, but
I got the, but and that.
The what?
Am I breaking up? Or is Lance?
No, it's Lance.
Okay.
Repeat what
Lance.
you just said, Lance.
Go again.
Well, I got an email today that they shipped me both Sierra West and the We Watch One expansion.
You'll get them
But
soon.
I am more excited. I mean, okay, they're doing Yido Deluxe, which I'm excited about. Which I got to see.
Ooh, Yido.
What, I get to see what Yido looks like, and it's freaking awesome. So if you liked Yido,
original,
which was
It was
awesome,
gorgeous to begin with. The original one.
and it's even they've amped it up. But there's a game, and I can't remember. It's like Trismegisterum or something like that. It's oh my gosh, this is so. Philip at Boards and Dice, he was showing it to me, and he was like, so he said the designers, they came to him and they said, we wanted to make a seriously heavy game.
Oh, the
and-
Siege of Tenochtitlan and the Nock Trist. That one?
Oh, yeah. Trismegistus, the ultimate formula.
Yeah,
No, okay, something
Trismegistus.
else.
So oh my gosh, this game looks so intensely, mind-bogglingly. I won't be able to do it justice, but basically, like it's all about. So like you have basically a lab in which you have to push different, like basically you're alchemists, and you have to push different portions of different component, like basically these bubbling potions that you're making, and you're trying to like create so like basically like the old thing where it goes into one beaker, but if it gets heated it goes into another one, but it could go up on another channel over here and it becomes like a different version of this particular chemical that you need. But it, and so then there's all these different recipes and all these different like special player powers and ways that you can like improve your labs, and it is like 1,000 little cubes moving back and forth and trying to like, and everybody's kind of like, you're kind of competing with everyone else, trying to get your to become like the greatest alchemist in the world. It looks so intensely heavy and thinky and anxiety, like mind bending. I can't wait. I'm super excited. It's gonna be an SM release for
Got 235 thumbs already on the
Yeah, I've already gone through the whole Essen list and pulled out the 7 games that I'm gonna order when they come to the States.
So Black Angel's at 421. On Mars is at 410. Maracaibo? I don't know that one. Paladin.
Wait, are we doing our
No,
SM?
I'm just doing a quick Essen preview.
a quick.
My
SM.
list is easy. I've got 7 games.
Oh, what are your 7 games there, Simon guy?
Aquatica, Deep
Yeah.
Blue,
Yeah.
Echos, Suburbia
Yeah.
Collector's Edition, Endangered, Mega City Oceana, and Undaunted Normandy.
Yep.
Not what you would expect from me, but that's the list I've got.
The Suburbia Collectors, that intrigues me because I didn't mind Suburbia, but
I like
mean,
Suburbia, but
Tile's bigger.
the
right?
Collectors looks
Than,
really cool.
I mean, it's
Oh yeah, it was pretty over the top.
It looks like Black Angel's winning.
Black Angel at 421.
Yeah.
It should be.
They'll sell
And
out.
good for
Probably sell
them.
out. They'll probably sell out.
good
I'm
for
very
you
happy
and
for
good
Pearl.
for you.
Through the Ages expansion.
So it needs one.
Roll through through the end.
Yeah, so I mean, no, but the myth of the heavy gamer, right? And so that's why I am excited. I am the excite about the that new release or whatever. But anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah,
so
Boarding
I
Dice,
guess you were talking to Philip with an F at Gen Con, I assume, right?
Yes, sir.
What happened to NSKN? They merged, and now
They bought him out.
Andrei Novak has just completely disappeared. And I mean, what's going on?
Yeah, I didn't
Did they
ask.
just retire to a Greek isle or something?
Maybe that's the dream, right? You just you become so big or become so well loved that they buy you out or whatever. And
Well, yeah, I mean, his
not
wife
have any new stuff coming up?
Agnes was really out there. I mean, she was really involved, a really big hype woman for NSKN, and she was like always. And it's just like it's like they've fallen off the edge of the planet. And I just wish them well. I hope everything's going fine. I'm sure it was a good thing.
Andrei Novak has a new game coming out.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
What?
Exodus Chronicles. I guess it's a re-implementation of Exodus.
Yeah.
Extinction.
Yep. I'd rather see more Playboy.
We had our moment. Yeah, Tris
You want more
Magistus,
progress?
the ultimate formula. Oh, this game is
I still have to play Progress. I haven't played that one.
Which one?
Progress, right? Who are you talking about?
Oh, yeah.
That was the card-based Civ game, right?
Yeah. With
Yes.
no fighting. It was just a tech tree.
Yeah, and I really enjoyed that. I like that process. Yeah, I'm looking at the board again now, just reacquainting myself. Yeah, each person's got their like fun little board they mess with, and they get to push little cubes around, and like you level up what your stuff does, and like your lab does on the bottom, and this game is just so cool looking. It's got all these.
Surely you're being sarcastic, right?
No, it's
because
just like
you just waxed rhapsodic about how I've got my own little sandbox and I just.
But there is a thing in the middle where you
there is a thing in the middle. That's true.
Where everybody has to fight and
It's
scrabble over all the
conflicts.
And you get to, and so then you can't. I mean, I wish you could send a golem into somebody else's lab and smash everything, because that'd be cool. But I mean,
even better. Yes.
Yeah. I
So
would
Richard,
agree.
Have you done Tapestry yet?
Yes, I have.
You're not allowed to talk
there
about
it is, right there.
You're not allowed to talk about it yet, though, right?
It is right here.
I don't think he heard you, Obi.
I am not allowed to say anything subjective about it until September 4th, when it goes
You
on
sellout.
You've played Edge of Darkness too. What are your? I know you did a video. I haven't seen it yet, but what's your quick thoughts on Edge of Darkness? Because I'm about to crack mine open tomorrow.
As a paid shill.
Yes, as a tool of the industry, whose opinion can be bought and sold.
I would just remove of the industry.
Fair enough. Yes, because before this, I was in the video game industry, where I was even worse, if nothing else. I think it's really great. Jen and I both like it a lot. I do think that crazy ass box is way overproduced, and it didn't need to be that way.
Didn't need miniatures. Could have used little discs and all that. Yeah, I get it. I get that.
Yep. I mean, it's almost to the point where it's so overproduced it kind of gets in the way a little bit, but the game is still really fun.
Okay.
A deck builder where everybody shares the same deck that they're all building and kind of sharing custody of is a really cool idea, just in and of itself. And then that combined with the card crafting is just excellent.
I heard the rule book is a little daunting if you don't understand the game mechanisms. At least I heard that from one or two other people that were talking about it, saying that if you know how to play the game, the rule book's great because you can reference everything quickly. But if you're trying to learn the game off the rule book, it can be difficult. Did you have that problem?
Boy, I read that rule book when it was in prototype form 2 years ago.
Okay.
So you can't ask me. I'm really good at reading rule books. Not that anybody would know from watching my videos, but I am actually. It's a rare rule book that gives me big fits. Okay. But I don't remember being particularly bad. Do I? I'm gonna grab that big, heavy, ridiculous box.
I'm pretty excited about Tapestry. I still feel the Holy Grail has not been achieved.
It's Louise.
What do you mean the Holy Grail?
The 2-hour Civ game.
I can't even open it.
That's your Holy Grail, is to find a 2-hour Civ game
that I love.
That you love.
Yeah. I think they have been done, but
now I will just. It is 20 pages long, which doesn't seem entirely unreasonable.
Mhm.
Which one is this?
This
Edge of
is
Darkness.
Edge of Darkness.
Oh, Edge of Darkness.
You know, and lots of pictures, so it's not too terribly long on the text. Yeah, in all honesty, I don't even remember if I read these new rules, or maybe I just skimmed them. Because I read the original prototype, and then I just went back and watched my video. That's usually the best way for me to learn a game.
Okay.
Because I can watch myself at 3x speed and understand myself clearly. So that's usually quicker than reading rules.
That's pretty fast.
Yeah, it's a Chrome plugin that can let you go up to I think it goes up to
3x.
8x speed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That would be entertaining to watch.
Because
Your
they're already
natural
making
speed
return.
is 2x, right?
Yes.
Well,
one
3x
could make
times
that
2x
argument.
is 6x. That's humans.
Let's see.
Did Lance walk away? No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. I'm sure there was a cat emergency.
I'm sure there was.
Yeah, Edge of Darkness looks good. I played Space Base again this weekend. The Shy Pluto.
I haven't played with the expansion yet, but I like Space Base.
Yeah, I mean, we only played the first mission.
But Edge looks really cool. Like, it looks cool, but I never played a Mystic Veil, so I don't know much about how the card crafting stuff works. So I was a little worried it was going to be harder without playing Mystic Veil first.
No, I don't think so. Yeah. You know, the card crafting stuff, I don't think it's particularly. I guess there are some weirdnesses, which is not a word. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I look forward to hearing what you think. Because
I'm gonna play it this weekend. So by next week I'll have played it at least once.
I mean, yeah, the rules here are nothing compared. I mean, what we played yesterday, we played Crossroad, which is a Japanese game that's about to go on Kickstarter, and the rules are clearly written by a Japanese person who has a very tentative relationship with the English language.
Ooh.
Doesn't understand. How we do plurals and possessives, and it was, oh my God, it was a nightmare. Oh, so that was bad. Edge of Darkness is a breeze by comparison.
Okay.
I was considering bringing on the cruise, but it's so massive.
I
didn't get it until after we shipped off our pallets.
Yeah, that's the only problem is that it's a big game, and I'm running low on space for big games.
Yeah, it is definitely. And the weird thing is, as big as this box is, there's not much room for expansion content either.
Yeah, it didn't look like it. I mean,
because those those minis take up almost a third of this box.
There's an expansion, but it's in a separate box, right?
Yeah, you can fit it in the box, but after that, you're pretty much done.
Yep, okay. I think you could maybe fit one more comparable size expansion in.
Yeah,
but
as long as it had no minis, as long as it was just cards.
Yeah, exactly. Which is really all it would need anyway.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Well, I'm gonna have to take off pretty soon because my technical difficulties that prevented me from getting on, I solved it by grabbing my wife's laptop, and her battery is almost dead now.
We'll tell Lance you had a cat emergency when he comes back.
Yeah, I'm down.
Have a good week.
Yes,
I will be not here next week, but I'll probably be watching you guys from the cruise.
Oh, nice.
The cruise,
or I'll be playing games. I don't know, one or the other.
You'll probably be playing games.
I'll probably be playing. Yeah. I ran out of energy on the Alaska trip though, man, because Alaska's so amazing. It just pooped me out because we went hiking and did the glaciers and all that stuff, and I fell asleep so early. But I normally on the cruise I'll stay up till 2. There's a small group of late nighters on the cruise. If they're I don't know if they're coming this year, but I think they are. That stay up late, but it's only a very small core group. And I bailed out on them at the Alaska cruise because I was just falling asleep in my chair. It was I can't play anymore.
Yeah, I get that way. But on the third day of a convention, after staying up late for 3 or 4 straight nights, especially if we had a setup and we're doing it for 5 or 6 nights, I'm in bed by 11, which is travesty. But even at Gen Con, on Saturday night, I was I was done.
Yeah. Gen Con was a butt kicker.
Always is. Wouldn't know how to do it if it wasn't. It's
bringing 2,000 t-shirts was a mistake for us. There was no other way around it though, because we did not have time to sort them before the show. So we just shipped what we had.
Oh geez.
Yeah. We only needed 200.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So we sold around that and brought 2,000.
Oh geez.
Mm.
Well,
Aldi, before my battery goes dead,
Yeah.
There were two things I wanted to ask if I could get on tonight. One was how is Lance's career prospects? That's been well trodden.
Yep.
How are you doing, buddy?
I'm
we
all right.
joked about
I'm
the
good.
logo earlier. You're
Yeah.
over it.
I'm good.
The backlash is in the rearview mirror. You're
It's all
feeling good about the
Yeah.
future of the site and the
I'm
look.
on BGG right now. I think it's fantastic.
We're in fact, like this week I've made huge progress in the responsive world.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I've told you, but basically we've kind of put off doing responsive because we're like, well, we're gonna have to rewrite it all anyway.
When
But
you say responsive, you mean just trying to make the site more peppy with searches and stuff?
it'll work on a phone or a tablet.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
So you don't have to like pinch and zoom and all that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the front page is nearly done. And then the second thing we're gonna do, I guess when I get back from the cruise, is the forums.
Is
Like,
there
those two are like the worst offenders as not being
of course.
responsive.
Yeah.
is there plans to just like actually have an official app instead of just having to pull up the web browser, or is it just always going to be the web browser?
I've considered the app, but I just don't know how to get it done.
Okay.
I probably need to hire somebody.
Yeah.
Right.
Or team up with somebody. Like, I don't have the expertise. Dan doesn't have the expertise.
It's out of your field of knowledge.
The person who did the original BGG app for iTunes basically stopped working on it, which I don't blame him. Honestly, it's fine.
Mhm.
It was all volunteer, but we
Gotcha.
really need our own official app with, the fact that there are many apps out there that do everything BGG does, right?
Mhm.
Like, makes me annoyed because they get all the use of BGG, but don't pay for
Wait,
it.
you're saying apps out there that do database queries to BGG?
Yeah.
Like logging your plays and stuff
like
through an
logging
app.
your play or doing other things like managing your collection or
and-
all that stuff.
And those
They
are
all,
annoying
they
to
all
you
just use
because
our API, right? Like we have
Yeah.
a free to use API for non-commercial things, but people
Uh-huh.
don't really follow the rules.
and you have not brought the ban hammer down, or you haven't deployed your army
I
of
don't
lawyers?
want to bring the ban hammer down unless I have like an alt. I don't want to like shut things down, right? Like I would
Yeah,
rather,
exactly. You don't want to be that guy. You
I would
want
rather
the free
collaborate,
It's for yeah.
but I don't have a good way of doing it yet. Right.
Okay, so and because they are charging whatever 95 cents for each one of these apps that they put out, and they're getting all of their data for free, and your ads are not
running. Yeah.
are not.
I mean,
yeah.
I would say probably 30 to maybe even more now. When I've last measured, it was like 30 or 40% of our traffic was API from third-party stuff, and they're not paying a dime, right? Like I pay all that bill, so I got to figure something out because it's unsustainable, right? Like I look at the cost of stuff and just like, okay, well, 40% of that is for like ad-free app developers that use our things but don't pay for it, right? I won't say steal. Because it's not.
And I'm one of them.
I mean, I've always wanted the API to be open to let people do stuff, but not for money, right? Or if they get serious, then maybe we could collaborate on something. And I sort of just haven't had time to catch up with all that stuff.
Yeah.
Right. We just got too much going on. But that's going to come to a change in the future. Like it has to. I can't afford the prices of what those people take down, right? From our system.
Well, I remember a couple of years ago, you were having really horrific problems with database access speeds. I mean, and you had to institute all those. Oh, you can't see your entire collection, but here, well, you can download it in 5 minutes, kind of stuff. And those halfway measures you had to do. I remember those.
Yeah, since moving to the cloud, we've been able to like basically push buttons and get more disk space, memory, servers. You literally you can. I probably couldn't if I set my mind to it. I could spend 5 figures a month. Or 6, let's say 6, because I think we're already at 5. But like on Google Cloud, right? Kind of crazy.
Oh, so Google? You didn't go with Amazon?
Pardon?
You didn't go with Amazon. You went with Google?
Yeah, because Google's more me. Like I'm more. It's very bare bones. Like push a button, set it up, and then I go in and configure all the stuff. And Amazon works. But after I used Google Cloud and how like quickly I could get a thing going, like I was like, okay, cool.
It's more to the metal.
It is more to the metal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that being said, Amazon is very similar but different. Mm-hmm. Like it's just I don't want to say clunkier, but like
clunkier.
The first time, I guess clunkier is the right word. It's not clunky though. It's really good. Like Amazon,
and it's also 12% more evil, so there's that issue as well.
I mean, we have our Amazon affiliate program.
Oh,
so they pay some of the bills.
No,
I know, but you can't avoid
you're
it.
killing Main Street USA, Aldi. Exciting time to be alive.
It
Turn
is
on
really
the
like I feel like there's a lot of potential now in the industry. Like things are the world gets smaller all the time, right? Which makes things exciting.
And unfortunately hotter.
Well, yeah, it's been over 100 all week this week so far. It's really
Yep.
Yeah, it's been high 80s here, feels like 90s, but it's supposed to be dropping. It's supposed to get down into the 70s here next week.
You know, it'll be winter soon. You guys will be crying about it being cold, and I'll say, yeah, it's like negative 35 here. How about you?
and 10 feet of snow.
Oh, that's
And
your
10
fault.
feet of
remember
snow.
You choose to live there, buddy. Not my problem.
No, no, no,
I
no.
love
I-
our 49 other
Minnesota.
states.
I'll handle my 1.5, 2 inches of snow this year. I'll handle that.
Yeah, that's what she said.
You had the opportunity to move earlier in the year.
Yeah.
You had people fighting over the chance to get you to move, and you stood your ground.
I did. I don't care. I'm not complaining. I love my area of the world.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so
Someone has to.
Aldi, I caught up with. And you still can't tell us anything about Taburu, can you?
Nothing more than I've already told you, but information will be coming at Essen. So if you're not at Essen, watch the feeds. They'll be making some announcements there.
I'm not at Essen. I'll watch the feeds. 2%. Gotta go.
All right. Bye.
All righty, bye, everybody. If I can
What's
find
going
the
on?
buy button.
His-
my. Adults,
Go ahead.
Bye.
He's using his wife's laptop because he's having technical difficulties and it's out of juice.
Oh, okay. Well, that's too bad.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder what's wrong with his laptop.
You didn't know he was having problems getting it to sync up and do stuff. So, not sure.
I feel the hackers are in full effect these days, man. I thought I got hacked yesterday or the day before. I was pasting links into Discord, and they were coming up in Arabic. And
That's
fuck?
not a good sign.
I'm like, oh my god, what is going on? And I could not figure it out. I rebooted and it went away. I did a
Start
full
calling him Ali instead of Aldi.
I have many I have many security systems in place. I firewalled myself, did the security scans, pasted the link again, it comes up in Arabic, and rebooted and it's gone. Like, okay. I'll just chalk that up to weirdness. But it's the kind of shit that lets you know you're hacked, right? Like the little goofy things that happen that you don't really.
Yeah.
I thought my phone got hacked the other day because I couldn't get service. That's like another tell sign that your phone is hacked. Like you've been simmed copied.
Didn't know that.
That's dangerous.
Indeed.
Did you see my message in the chat, Lance?
What now?
Do you see my message in the chat?
Well, I would have. I will know.
Well, here's the thing. I'm putting you on that list.
Put me on that list.
And if you don't, then you need to let me know.
And then I will let you know. Put me on the list. Do it. Do it now. He
What's
said.
your email?
undeadvikingvideos@gmail.com.
Hmm. 13 weeks.
I finished the second season of Mindhunter on Netflix.
As did I. It was great. I loved it.
Very,
it was way better than season one.
Well, I think it was weird because I think season one gained steam in the second half.
Yeah.
And then they were like, hey, let's just make all of season two like the second half of season one.
So there's it's a 5-season story.
No, I didn't know anything about that. But
I think I can see a pattern to it, but maybe I won't say anything.
Well, I think so too, but I mean, it's no, I mean, it was just really well done.
It was so good. I basically watched it in 2 nights. It was so great, damn good.
Did you catch the fact that there's basically if you knew, because if the whole the Atlanta child murders case,
I didn't even know about that.
Okay, so yeah, I remember that, and I remember seeing the pictures, and so there's a scene where like all the photographers are running around taking pictures, and like they have a moment at the very end where the actual serial killer, because he worked as a freelance photographer, like he's taking pictures.
Oh.
And like he looks at the camera, like looks off in the distance, and he's like just right in the middle of the screen for like a half a second, like a half a beat. And so like you actually see him before they figure out. Well, I mean that's the whole thing. These are the serial killers that they interview and stuff like that. The actors are portraying real serial killers. I mean that are either dead or in prison and stuff like that.
I Googled everybody as they said their names just to kind
of. Well, aren't you just a twisted guy reading up on this stuff? So yeah, I mean, I think you know, I mean, it's they're doing a really good job with it.
Yeah, and I like the side storylines.
Yeah, side storylines are really well done. I'll say this: they definitely really played up the idea that the person that they arrest and convict of those 2 murders, and they say, well, you know, he was responsible for the Atlanta child murders. Like they really try to play up the idea that it maybe wasn't him that did it, but if you actually like read about like it's he might not have been responsible for all of them, but he was responsible for like the vast majority of them. Because if you actually read up on them, like this is before like DNA and carpet fibers and things like that were a thing.
Well, yeah, like, there's a line in the movie where they're like, the Atlantic DA doesn't like all that science stuff.
Yeah, but right? I mean,
today that's like unheard of.
But like the sadly, like many of the bodies that they discovered had both like hair from his dad's dog and carpet fibers from that they could place in his house, like on the bodies. And so like there and the fact that once he was arrested, the killings just stopped, you know. So it was just kind of like you know, it was most likely him.
Did that guy ever confess?
He never confessed. He's still alive. He's in his 60s. He's basically serving life, you know, without possibility of parole, and he still denies any.
The actor they got for that guy is amazing.
Oh yeah!
As soon as that guy came on screen, I work and watch on the side. I just stopped working. I'm like, boom, right on the show for the last.
Well, I mean, the people they got for all of the.
Yeah, no, they're all great.
I mean, and the guy they got to play Charlie Manson, I mean, was.
Yeah, I thought that was like a. They did it just because they could. I didn't feel like it had anything to do with the show.
Well, no, I mean the 2 guys that the 2 FBI agents, the 2 guys that they're really based on, they did go. They interviewed Charlie Manson like a dozen times.
Oh, really? Okay, so they got something out of it.
So they really did, and I guess I haven't seen it, but they got the same actor that played Charles Manson in the Quentin Tarantino movie to play Manson again for. You know, that movie.
Was there even a Charlie Manson in the Tarantino movie? I don't even
That's what I read. So I mean, I haven't seen the.
Yeah, if he was there, maybe didn't see him. I blinked.
So, but yeah, if you want to watch,
the Tex was surely in the Hollywood movie. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah,
because they interviewed Tex right after they interviewed Manson,
and. It was like they almost just because they knew how good Kemper was in the first season, they just threw a bone and had one scene with Kemper again, and but because that guy.
Oh yeah, that guy's super creepy.
Oh, he's super creepy, and he did the role perfectly in season 1. I mean, he was just very.
It's the best part of it.
Yeah. No, I was
full spoilers here, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, well, but it's hard. It's hard to. I mean, we're not like okay. So the interviews with the, that's what you watch for. I mean, the interactions between these people, but all of that is stuff that you know, right? Because it's.
I didn't know half of them.
Well, but I mean, you can look them up. I mean, it isn't like it's. It's not a hidden thing, right?
Yeah.
So
it's a docudrama.
Yeah, exactly.
On a dock. I don't know what you would.
So, yeah, I mean, it's
Anyway,
cool stuff.
It's really cool.
Yeah, very, very well done. It made me. I got done with season 2, and I was like, well, damn it, I want season 3.
You're like, well, where's the rest of it?
Yeah, I want to watch the rest now. That's why when I hear about people that like, oh, have you heard about this? And they're like, oh, I haven't heard of you. I'm like jealous of them. Really, you get to watch all 4 like episodes, and I don't get, and I gotta wait,
Yeah.
So that stinks. Hey, I was gonna ask, does anybody know anything about that game Barrage that's coming out from Cranio?
Nope.
From the previews.
It looks heavy and it looks cool.
The myth of
And
the
it's-
heavy gamer.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the myth of the heavy gamer, but it looks like a really cool economic game with a bunch of like movement and like programming movement and stuff, which is something I really like in games.
Well, you can order it for $250 on at the Game Store. Oh, sold out. Never mind.
You can do what?
Order the Kickstarter pre-order special for $250.
Oh well, screw that.
Sold out.
I mean, well, yeah, I don't.
If someone with more money.
Well, okay, I've never like heard of. I mean, I've heard of the Game Steward stuff, and I know that people obviously have gotten their stuff or whatever through them, but I've also heard that they oversell, and like a lot of times, like people don't get everything.
Really?
Like oh, I bought it. Oh, sorry, it's like you were our like 200th person that bought it, and so you miss out and you don't get it or something like that. I've heard a couple of things like that, but maybe
I have not.
I gotta think at some point someone's gonna not get their game, unless they keep a very strict inventory. Right?
Yeah, I've only ordered one thing from them, but I didn't have any problems with it. I know they buy a bunch of stuff from us, but they buy it through the regular Kickstarter, so they pay full price for it. They don't have a brick and mortar store, so they don't get the retailer discount. So they just buy it directly from our Kickstarter page at full price and pay all the shipping, and they buy tons of those pledges from other companies. It's an interesting model, buying Kickstarters at full price and then raising them up for those people that FOMO and missed out, and people will pay. You can obviously they made a business out of it. People will pay extra money for games that they missed that they can't get.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, but I'm looking here. Like I was curious, so I pulled it up on the world's largest board game website ever, and it's like people are selling their Kickstarter edition for like $100, $150. So I don't know what Game Steward's doing, but
some people don't check the marketplace. Some people just it's not a feature that they use from the site, so they don't even think to look there. I always check there because you usually get a better deal there than you do on eBay or at any other of those secondary sites.
Exclusive 3D map. Well, this is a little bit concerning. If it's sold out, Game Steward is still selling them on Board Game Geek for $250.
Well, you could. Yeah, maybe they've saved some.
Maybe,
I mean,
but that always makes me go.
So Board Game Geek, you have to verify the sale. I mean, it kind of sucks that you don't keep it in stock. You know what I mean?
Well, fair enough. I don't know. The game just looks cool. But I don't know anything about it other than like I've read a few of the I read a review of it, and it seems like it's a heavy game, which I enjoy the myth of the heavy gamers. So,
what was the myth of the heavy gamer?
Well, the myth of the heavy gamer is that everybody says, "Oh, I love heavy games. I love them. I love them." And but nobody ever plays them, right? Yeah. They sit on their shelf. This is really wow. Ratings breakdown for Barrage. It's like, there's like 69 10s, 58 9s, 83 8s, and then 123 1s.
Well,
Wow.
that's annoying because that's basically people doing because they've done something obviously to piss people off, right?
Yeah.
Or they're just, you get those guys that if people rate it a 10, they're going to rate it a 1 to balance it out because they think that the 10 is unjust, even if those people have a legitimate reason for rating it that.
Here,
I always
one,
hate
because Cranio sucks. One, where's my Kickstarter copy? One, in the game's currently delivered state, it's unplayable. One, do not buy, terrible company. One, ugliest material I've ever seen. One, I played the prototype at Essenspiel and was very excited. I liked the gameplay and was really looking forward to play the game. Today I received the Kickstarter exclusive edition and was really disappointed. The 3D board was a misprint. There is no magnetic connection between the tiles. All the maps are just printed on one side like the tokens. The Kickstarter exclusive box is damaged on the outside. One, the game looks good. However, Craner Creations is not. Stop complaining. This isn't the right place. Then BGG should have ratings for publishers. Of course, everyone knows there can be delays, but an experienced publisher should know and shouldn't offer it that they can't guarantee. It looks promising, but it turned out it came to Kickstarter unprepared. Changes can be made, but they changed a lot of things from the campaign page, from artwork to quality components. And some promises made, they will not deliver. They admit they don't deliver everything they promised, even stretch goals. They don't offer compensation. Replacement of bad produced quality is not a compensation. Do not trust Kickstarter updates from Creo because for them, they are not official updates. They can promise things there and they can reject it later. I advise to avoid future Kickstarter campaigns from Creo Creations and wait for retail. I will rate the game again when I receive it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wonder what happened.
Gameplay 9 out of 10. Gameplay is great and fun. I feels like Terra Mystica and Gaia Project with less complex rules but the same level of strategy. Components 1 out of 10. I gave a 1 until the construction wheel and water drop token get replaced. The quality of these two components are so bad. The main board edge is also not wrapped, so in the future it might fray. It just sounds like they were told, like, people were promised one thing and got another. Yeah.
And the deluxe version was pretty expensive.
Yeah.
It sounds like some kind of big production fail.
This might be one of those where it's like, yeah, I'll just avoid I'll just get the retail, just because all I care about is the
Yeah,
game.
because they'll just fix it, right? Like,
yeah,
that's
not worth dropping.
I don't think I've seen a game with this much, like,
Hatred.
Blowback. Yeah, blowback on numbers. Weird
indeed. But yeah, indubitably. We'll have to do an Essen like at least discussion, I guess. I don't know.
There's 1,000 games coming out, so
yeah. By the time the list gets close to the Essen, it's going to be over 1,000 games. So if we're going to do it, it's going to have to be like a 3-nighter, unless we just all pick our choices and not go through the whole list.
Yeah.
Everyone pick their top 10 games of Essen, and then we'll compare our lists. But
I know I said this about Gen Con, and I shit the bed on that one. But I backed on Mars. I'll get that delivered to me. I don't have to worry about that. But like the thing that I'm probably more excited about than anything that's coming out is that Imperial Rails or whatever from Level 99.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they're coming out at Essen.
Yeah, it's an Essen release, and I'm a total sucker for that type of stuff. Like I'm a sucker for train games, and so I'm excited to. I saw the production copy that Brad had, and it was freaking awesome. And like I was like, you got to save me one of these, and he was like, okay, I'll save one for you. And I was like, awesome. So I'm excited to get that. It looks really cool. But yeah. I don't know. Does anybody have any other like weird stuff going on? Anybody got any like like anybody seen any movies recently that are any good? Anybody got any pop culture stuff?
I haven't done shit since Gen Con other than paint. I've been painting a lot. That's about all.
Yeah, you've been doing a good job with that stuff, man.
Yeah, it's been nice. It's been my stress relief at the end of the day. I get done with dinner. The wife goes upstairs, puts my daughter to bed, and starts watching TV, and I just go down in the basement and paint for like 2 hours before I go to bed. It's been therapeutic.
That's weird. See, I still love my wife, so I hang out with her.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
How was it?
I really loved it, but I like Tarantino movies. I think it might be a divisive movie. The characters are outstanding, like Brad Pitt and DiCaprio, and to a degree, Margot Robbie, although they don't give her much to do. All are great. Like DiCaprio is so like I don't remember the last great DiCaprio movie. Like he's sort of, I mean, he's great, but he's like not been like not
Wolf of Wall Street.
Wolf of Wall Street was fine. I didn't like the character that much. I thought he was just a shit. But I really liked him in this movie. He's so good because he's very sympathetic and he's got like a weird stutter that makes him like he's not like the smartest guy in the room. He's like really trying, you know. Yes, he's a struggling like aged actor. If you don't know the story,
no.
Trying to make it in Hollywood. That's the base of the story, I guess.
That's really exciting.
He's really good. I really loved it. Him and Brad Pitt too. Brad Pitt's just so cool. He's like the coolest guy ever. There's a
so I'm in the movie.
You are. Yeah, that's you.
Wow.
You turn off. You got an 8-pack, 6-pack. Yeah, fixing the antenna.
What, he's smuggling an 8-pack of chicken nuggets under his shirt? What's going on
here? Everybody's funny. Now you're funny too.
Like the Tarantino style dialogue. There's another thing. I didn't have any complaints about the movie until I talked with Christoph this past weekend, who came in from Germany. And he brought up a good point, but I shall not speak it because then I will be giving away too many things.
Yes, don't.
Yeah,
what's the point of mentioning it all?
That flaw.
So, what do you guys think about Marvel and Sony having issues and pulling Spider-Man back out of that?
I didn't read the story. Like, what's the story?
So basically, they had a deadline to finalize the contract because their movie deal with Spider-Man was only for 5 movies, and it's almost up. And Marvel wanted to do a 50-50 split with Sony on future Spider-Man projects, and they were going to direct them and put them involved in the MCU. Sony said no, they wanted to keep the temporary deal they had in place, which only gave Disney 5% of the gross revenue.
Oh, okay.
And Disney said, no, that's not enough. Yeah, and they said, fine, go away.
Great movie, and you're going to get 95% of the work. Oh,
yeah, so Kevin Feige pulled out of the next Spider-Man movie. He was supposed to direct the last standalone, and they canceled the remainder of the deal, and now it's back to no Spidey in the MCU.
I had a feeling it was going to go that way.
How did Sony get this deal?
Why did you think that,
Marvel.
Barry? Why did you think it was? Why did
because
you think
they just came out with that Venom last year, and they're talking about a sequel next year, I think, or the following year, and they're opening up that universe. And what good is that universe without Spider-Man? To be honest with you, you know. So I had a feeling eventually it was going to go back to Marvel or Sony.
It would have been better if they just pulled Venom into the MCU.
Yeah, but then, you know. Well, Venom.
Sony Spider-Man movies are not good. They're average at best. They haven't been great since like the original Spider-Man movie with Tobey Maguire.
And if that.
Yeah. The Marvel movies with Spider-Man, even his appearances in other movies, are so much better than anything Sony's put out. They're just gonna flop along with mediocre Spider-Man movies that make $500 or $600 million, which is fine, but the only people that are going to be hurt are the fans, because Peter Parker in the MCU is a better MCU, and it's going to suck to pull him out of it, especially with the spoilers and stuff that they launched in the last Spider-Man movie. To not be able to build upon all that stuff is kind of sucks.
Yeah, I haven't seen them.
So
I'm not gonna say, but there's good end scene credit movie stuff you need to see. Sure. But now it'll just make you mad because you won't be able to get a resolution.
Right, you're not be able to make it.
Yeah. It was a cool twist too. But, So is this the guy who plays Spider-Man now? Was Haddison? I forget his name. Is he going with Sony, or is he just dead? Yeah, Tom Holland.
No, Tom Holland is signed on to do a bunch of Spider-Man movies with Sony. So Sony was lending him to the MCU as part of the deal. So unless he cancels his contract or doesn't re-sign,
Probably
he's
can't
with
do that.
Sony, not Marvel.
I suspect.
And even if he
he's got a
goes to
contract.
Marvel, he wouldn't be able to play Spider-Man. So what good would it be?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
too bad.
Mm.
Yeah, I really like that.
Yeah, I did too. He's great.
He's the best Spider-Man.
He has been the best Spider-Man
Yeah.
by far.
For sure.
Yep. So unless there's some bottom of the ninth home run, it looks like it's over.
So how did Sony get such a strong deal?
Because Marvel went bankrupt in the 90s,
90s,
and they were
Oh.
selling. They
Lot
sold off a lot of their
farther.
big IPs in order to get solvent again. So they sold the X-Men to Fox. They sold Spider-Man to Sony. They sold like Namor to like Lion's Head or something. They sold like a couple dozen of their characters for a decent amount of money, but at the time it was decent. But literally, they sold Spider-Man for $7 million, which was like a drop in the bucket to them.
Oh my
now
God,
they would pay 10 times that much to get him back.
They're probably going to be paying $10 billion to get it all back.
Yeah, yeah. Disney will have to buy out Sony in order to get Spider-Man back. They're never going to sell it back. They'd have to buy the whole company.
And Fox ain't doing no favors to X-Men.
Well, Fox is giving back. Marvel already bought Fox, so Fox is Marvel's getting all the X-Men back, but they're losing Spider-Man.
Those past few movies have been really terrible.
Yeah, most of the X-Men movies have been terrible, except for like
the only one I've liked is the first X-Men and the First Class.
First Class, yeah, those are the only two that are.
But the second and third First Classes, or whatever that era is called, no go. Bad.
Yep. So it sucks. It sucks that they were going to get X-Men, but we're losing Spider-Man. I would trade Spider-Man for the X-Men in a heartbeat, but unfortunately, it's not going to happen. So
yeah, but you can't. Yeah, I mean, I think they just need to get them all back somehow.
They're going to have to buy out Sony. It's the only way. Sony's not going to sell it, not unless Marvel's basically willing to let Sony take all the money for the movies. Like they basically 95% was the deal. And Sony wouldn't budge on that. That's crazy. Yeah. Give them your best. Yeah,
they will make a Spider-Man movie that's substandard, and people will still go see it because it's better.
And that's the only way it would get fixed is if people didn't go see it.
Argument. We can make a movie and we'll still get all the money. So
they saw the Spider-Man Homecoming grossed over $1 billion and said, "Why would we want to give up this title for 50%?"
Because you have a great actor. Well, if they've got the actor, then
they got the actor, but the problem is that it was Marvel's direction. Kevin Feige directed or produced that movie. Without his production and including the MCU characters like Nick Fury and stuff in it, that movie isn't going to do that well. People saw it because it was the last movie in this phase. They're not going to be as excited to go see the next Spider-Man movie if it's not connected into the MCU. And I think they're going to see a significant drop in the amount of money they make. It's going to go from being $1 billion movie to being like a $500 or $600 million movie, which is still great.
Well, if you make it for $100 million, then you
quadruple. Yeah. And that's the thing; they're going to always make money. The only way it would stop is if people just didn't go see it. And then they said, "Okay, we're not. People are pissed. We have to work something out, or else."
They did it for Solo. They said they weren't going to go see it, and they didn't go see it.
That's the only way it gets fixed is if people don't go see the next Spider-Man movie.
Question mark about Star Wars this fall, or when is it coming out? It's in Christmas.
December.
I think.
December.
Have you seen anything for that yet?
Just that trailer that they announced. That
it's August.
Mm-hmm.
People are going to go.
I'm gonna go see it.
I'm gonna go see it, and that's gonna be my last Star Wars movie.
That I'm gonna go. Lance will go and then bitch about it afterwards. People are going to go.
I will go.
Yeah.
I won't tell anybody I win.
Did you guys hear this thing about Matrix 4?
Oh my god, I can't believe
just let sleeping dogs lie on that one.
Like, I thought they were just
Keanu Reeves is getting freaking overtime, man. He's gonna be all over the place.
Isn't it weird how he was the most made? Like after what was it, Point Break? He became sort of a like joke.
Mm-hmm.
And now with John Wick and fucking Matrix and all this other stuff, he's like the hottest property.
Yeah. Well, Cyberpunk.
I mean, people. Did you guys watch the press conference when he came out on stage?
It was nuts. They went nuts.
He was going insane.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't even talk for like 2 minutes because they were going crazy. Like what? Wait, I remember Bill and Ted. Like he was a goofball.
And I mean, I can't wait for that movie.
Yeah, the Bill and Ted. They're doing another Bill and Ted movie too.
My Own Private Idaho. Keanu.
I remember that movie.
Yeah, it's good. I liked it, but it was like definitely
Speed.
different. Oh, I like Speed. Speed 1.
Hmm.
I like how Speed 2 they just changed the guy and they're like, what was it? It was what was that guy's name from Lost Boys?
Hmm.
Yeah,
What was his name?
that's because
Yeah,
Keanu didn't
Lost
go
Boys.
back.
What another squandered property from the 80s.
The Goonies. Look at the Goonies. They've talked about a Goonies sequel for years, and it'll never happen.
Look up the Goonies. Like, unless they get like really good kid actors in there. Who's a good kid actor these days?
No, I'd say they do them as adults. They get all
Yeah.
those actors as adults.
Yeah.
I don't know. Jerry Connell, was he in the Goonies?
No.
Yeah, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
It
He
was
was.
Sean Astin.
John Astin.
You got the
Jerry
guy who played
Connell.
Thanos.
Oh yeah, the guy who played
no,
Thanos
Thanos.
Was the older
was
brother.
the older brother.
He's too old now.
You're too old now.
Was Jerry? Who's in the Goonies? The Goonies did not have the same. Does not have the nostalgia for me. I don't know why.
It does for me.
I never had like the Goonies love.
Bill and Ted Face the Music.
John
That's what
Astin
it's called.
and Corey Feldman. Corey Feldman's still around.
Is he? Yeah, one of them-
I always forget which one's dead. There's the two.
Yeah, the Corey Haim.
Yeah.
There's a documentary of him with making the Lost Boys movie, and it's so sad.
Now enduring the monotony of middle-aged life, Bill S. Preston Esquire and Ted Theodore Logan are warned by a visitor from the future of the need for them to create a song that will save all life on Earth and the entire universe. The pair work with their families, old friends, and famous musicians to complete the task.
Who's going to play George Carlin?
I know. I don't think they were recasting him. I think they were just replacing him with someone else.
Yeah, they're.
But wouldn't it be cool if they could like 3D?
Kristen Shaw is playing the messenger from the future.
Mm-hmm.
Who's that?
Kristen Shaw, she's like the girl that's in. I mean, she does the voice of Louise Belcher on Bob's Burgers, but she's on Flight of the Conchords.
Yeah, I know. Is she
Mel on the Flight of the Conchords?
Last Man on Earth or whatever?
Yeah, Last Man on Earth. She was the girl. So I mean, you know who she is. Like
Right.
you've seen her,
Yeah.
something.
She's funny.
But yeah, she's hilarious. But it's like they're gonna have like younger brothers, and the princesses are back. The
original ones.
Yeah, I don't know if the originals. I think they are. Yeah, the original princesses, like the wives.
So you guys gonna go watch Rambo? Last Blood.
Nah.
I'm still waiting for my damn Rambo board game.
First Blood was pretty great. It's Last Blood. What else is coming out?
I was talking to Jen about this. Sylvester Stallone's in his 70s now, right?
Yep,
He's like
72, I think.
74 or something like that. Stallone.
What movie?
And I'm sorry?
Which movie?
No, Sylvester Stallone in
No,
general.
just Stallone in general. He's 72, right?
Yeah, he's like
pretty
in
good
his
for-
early 70s.
Well, Rocky, I guess, was the first one, right?
No,
No?
there was another movie where he was like,
the one before that.
Was it
yeah,
Rocky?
there was. He was in some kind of like movie where he's a cop. He drove a black car. He was.
Cobra?
Yeah, Cobra.
Oh,
Was before Rocky.
it isn't the original. It isn't the original princesses, but Missy, Bill's stepmom.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when I asked your mom out to the prom and she
Yeah.
said no? Yeah, she's
Yeah.
back. Missy is
Oh,
back.
that one. Yeah, the stepmom.
The stepmom. Yeah, I think this will be good.
I would say Rocky is his first famous movie.
No, there was one before. Rocky was his breakout role, but there was one before that.
Death Race 2000.
Yep.
Is that it?
Is that it?
Yep. He
Okay,
played
yeah.
Machine Gun Joe or Machine Gun Kelly or something like
Yeah.
that.
Machine Gun Joe.
I think that was it.
But they're bringing William Sadler back to play Death again. So in the
I might have to go see that movie.
oh I will I
That's
will
like
absolutely positively
Illinois
be going to this
Draft House
movie.
for sure. Get some beer.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed those original two,
I love-
and that was one of those things where Bogus Journey was good.
It was.
Mm-hmm.
I think it got like a short shrift.
And when they meet death and they're playing all the games and it's like and like they beat him at like ping pong or something like that and they say,
But then they play Twister.
When he goes best 4 out of 7, you're damn right.
That's 5 out of 9.
Yeah, best 5 out of 9, and like William Sadler is dead. You're damn right.
You're damn right.
Just
Yeah, I'll see it. I just don't know if it'll hold the same. I mean, it's
goofy.
I was a lot younger when I enjoyed the Bill and Ted movies, and I haven't watched them in decades. But I just don't know if that kind of humor will hold.
I just liked it when they're walking around and William Sadler like walks by the guy smoking and he goes, "See you soon." That was good stuff. That was one with the evil robot Bill and Ted.
Mm-hmm.
The evil.
This is heinous.
Bogus.
This is bogus.
Put them in the Iron Maiden.
Cool.
Execute them. Bogus.
So good. Just such a like and then man, that was just a really I love both those movies. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
So this sort of changes the subject, but another amazing series that we have not talked about in this show is Barry.
Barry is really good.
Is awesome.
I haven't seen it.
I caught up. I watched season 1 so fast because it's very short, quick.
Yeah,
but it's awesome.
I've been trying to watch Glow season 3, but it's not grabbing me. It's super slow. I'm just kind of like, eh. What?
Is Rich Summer in it?
Yeah, but he isn't like a main actor.
He's a 1 episode guy or 2 episode guy.
No, yeah, like I think he was only in like 3 episodes of season 2. Season 1, he was in a lot of the episodes because they had a love triangle thing going on.
Right.
But yeah, definitely less. I just like because Mark Marone is in it. I think he's hilarious, and he's a really good actor too. But I mean, he every whenever he acts well, it's he's playing Mark Marone. Just like Mark Marone, whatever. Like if you listen to his podcast, he's got a really, really good podcast. And he's a really, really good stand-up comedian. And like really, really thinky and also like matter-of-facty, if you like that type of humor.
He thinks too much.
What?
One might say he thinks too much.
Probably.
Like a obsessive.
I can see that. I hear what I hear what you're laying down there.
He's good. I like him.
Who?
Nothing wrong with him.
No. My wife likes John Mulaney, and I think he can be funny every once in a while. He has a Netflix special that was pretty funny. He has this rant about his college asking him as an alumnus to give them money, and he was talking about how it's like he's like, I gave you, $30,000 a year for 4 years. I already gave you $120,000. What did you do with the money? Now you need more money? I'm not going to give you any more money until you start giving me 3 meals and give me a concrete room to sleep in. Do you ever get letters from your colleges asking you to give them money?
I got one today.
Do you give your college money?
A little.
Why?
They're about to shut down. It's so crazy. Barry's in the green room, by the way. The other Barry.
Oh, Barry Dose.
Barry Dublé.
Haven't you given him enough money already?
I mean, I feel like my college tuition was very inexpensive compared to many.
Yeah.
I think it was $3,000 a year for tuition. Pretty cheap.
Clown college is not a.
I know. Yeah, the clown college is. It was the best one though. I wonder what the tuition is now. I don't know.
A lot.
But $3,000. You know what it might have been like $6,000.
So Greg Easterbrook he used to, like, if you remember the old ESPN.com, they had ESPN Page 2, which was where they put all of their like columnists and op-ed pieces. And Greg Easterbrook would write Tuesday Morning Quarterback. And so if you're a person who follows football, reading Tuesday Morning Quarterback on Tuesday it's just a fantastic column where he writes about football and writes about lots of stuff. But one of the things that he does a lot of research, and as I notice, I'm talking, and both Aldi and Barry just shut their stuff off and wander off.
No, I was testing the avatar. The avatar should be on by now. So
anyway, so no,
right.
And he would talk about the fact that like these big giant schools like Harvard and Princeton and whatever have like these giant basically from people donating money to them and what have you. They have these huge trusts of money that like if they ever like took that money, they could have all of their students like go to school for nothing, for like 10 years or something. And it just like so just regales against the fact that basically these big colleges have billions of dollars that they just kind of just sit on and do nothing with. And it was it's just an interesting thing about how what they are and what they do and stuff like that. But anyway, there you go. Hi Barry, how are you?
Good morning, peoples. Very well, thank you. How about you guys? You all right? You all still awake? Yeah, I can see Pete just about there.
Thank you for the support on your show, by the way.
Sorry for
the show, their support of our logo changes.
Oh yeah, no worries. Glad you.
He was not paid at all.
No,
not paid at all.
No.
Is there any way to full screen our video, or we only?
Yes.
What do you mean? Like so, you wanna?
Like I just see like a little window in my browser for the video. There's no way to like full screen it. Well, I wanted your guys' video to take up my whole screen.
Oh, when you watch the video playback.
When I'm in the control yard, the control center, or whatever. Like, there's no way to like even a squirrel can find it.
He wants to expand the window that
he's looking at
our chat.
The black window to fill up the whole screen and get rid of chat.
Well, I want to see less white. I can use my darken thing. I have a dark reader. There we go.
Okay. Oh, what you want about this screen? Don't know. I think they have two settings. It's a dark one and a light one.
Hey, Forrest is here.
Hey.
Hey.
The cellmate was Tommy Chong in prison for selling drug paraphernalia. Did I miss something?
Years ago.
Where is it?
For selling bongs, I think it was.
Oh, Tommy Chong went to jail.
Hey, look! Joel Eddy was watching, but he couldn't join us. He was too cool for school.
If Joel wants to join, I can drop because
he's gone now. So
if anyone else wants to drop or jump in, I'll drop because I'm going to bed soon anyway.
I actually have work.
Yeah, so F you, Joel Eddy. F you.
Like, I'm excited to talk about it.
What are you excited to talk about? Lay it on us.
Of the Big Shoulder.
That game's awesome.
Oh, so good. So good. 18XX. Just
heavy game awesome.
What was that?
The heavy game dreamer. What is
the myth of the heavy gamer.
Oh, the myth of the heavy gamer.
Oh,
it's 18XX.
Just
it's 18XX worker placement. It'd be a good way to describe it.
And it works thematically, and it's just there's some definite screw your neighbor, like hardcore, but like in a game sense, and just
screw you.
I can't wait to play it again. Loved it.
Well, even more so than 18.
It took about 5 hours though for the first game, but
oh jeez,
that's what's set up and having to learn the rules for everybody for the most part. But we're all down to play it again next week. Like we all, whew, so good.
Do you know 18xx very well?
I'm not. I played a couple of them, but I'm not a particularly big fan. But I mean, I really like this one, so I might look into it more.
Okay. We did 1830 on game night. Shockingly, it has nearly 13,000 views, which I'm kind of amazed.
To play them to see what they're like. They're time commitment, ain't they?
Well, they do a pretty fast teach on the game night because they don't teach all the rules up front. He adds them in as they need them.
That's why you do it.
Yeah. It's cool. I've only played 1830 twice, ever. And in the second game, I found out the hard way that the game is not for me. There's some super screw you moves in that game where you can abandon a company and like drop it on the second shareholder, the second place shareholder. And then if they have to buy a train and the company has no money, typically you pay out of your personal finances and then you're basically dead. You're bankrupt.
I'm trying to remember.
You can't play a game that long that happens. Like as a surprise at the end.
You know what was a really good game that everybody forgets about? Power Struggle.
Is it good? You talked about that a lot, but the rulebook is impenetrable.
The rulebook was very poor. The rulebook was very poor. It deserved better. It deserved better. But it was.
You know what? That was one of the first games I ever played. I remember really liking that game.
Yeah.
I remember it was a Tenga blowout.
Yeah, artwork definitely needed to be. Well, the artwork.
Well, maybe it'll come back
when it was released.
Because Eggert is still in the game, right? He still makes games.
I should track down a copy of Power Struggle. Probably easy enough. They were selling those things for like $5.
Yeah, they're $5. I bought like half a dozen of them. Gave them all away.
Yeah, they were definitely given away there.
We were blowing out Hansa Teutonica and California. Do you remember those?
No, Hansa. Not Hansa Teutonica. It was just straight Hansa.
No, it's Hansa, yeah. Oh, did you see there's a deluxe Hansa coming out? Hansa Teutonica?
A deluxe Hansa Teutonica?
Yeah.
You know, back when TMG, we were trying to do that. Deluxify Hansa Teutonica, and that was a project that we had considered way back in the day.
I didn't play Hansa Teutonica enough. I only played it once.
It's a good game. You know, and I still hold out. I hope and I pray, but they've kind of moved away a bit. You know, like a game that I really like is Goa. Do you remember Goa?
Goa, hardly Noah.
Yeah, it's good. The old Rudiger Dorn game.
Yeah, it's a great game.
Yeah, so that's like something where they you know, and this is, I mean, if I remember correctly, it's something where I think like TMG's had the rights to it for a while, as far as like being able to deluxify it and come out with it again. If I remember the right game, but yeah, that was another one that I was always like.
I think WizKids had it, or no, not WizKids. Z-Man had it last.
Yeah, I can't remember. I want to say it was Goa, but I could be wrong on this one, but I don't remember. Yeah, I tend to.
It's one where you collect the spices and you have like.
Yeah. Don't quote me on that. It could have been a different game. One, you know, it's just yet another, you know, like meaty Euro that came out in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
You know, that I can't quite remember if that's the right one, but it was like one of those types of games. I'd have to. Now it's gonna bug me, and I of course can't log into my. I can't log into my old TMG stuff to see what it was. But that was one of those that we considered. Or we had the rights to, or still have the rights to. They do, I believe, which would be cool if they actually did that.
It was a haunted game, as I recall, to begin with.
I find it amazing that game companies are a bit like film companies. They hold on to titles without releasing them sometimes.
Well, okay, so you like get it's one of those weird things where God, look at that young son of a crap bitch that did that Power Struggle video. How many years ago was that? Holy crap, did I look young? There's like no gray in my beard at all.
Share your screen.
9 years ago. No.
Right, everybody
9 years ago.
with their
I'm trying to go to
logo.
bed here soon. I don't need to see that.
Come on.
Is this an old?
I'll find it.
It's Vimeo actually. Wow.
I didn't even know they had video back then.
Sit up them.
Oh my gosh! Look how young I am. God, I see people are selling copies for like $15.
It's your long flowing hair.
Oh, hey, Lance, you got a job yet? You still a fucking bum?
No, I got a job, you fool. So
I
just
got a job.
I got a job.
Have you announced it yet?
Yeah.
Job.
You should have been here.
What was the job? Well, playing games because it's
No, I
He got a job as Will Wheaton's official fluffer.
I filled out the application for that.
I wish.
Hey, Lance, add my screen to the. Oh, you can't probably.
That's a dick job.
No, I'm working for Fun Again. I'm there for Fun Again Logistics. I'm going to be their account manager. So, work from home. I get to go to Essen. So,
yay! I'll see you there.
Yeah. So, good stuff. But yeah. I wonder if
I bet if you trimmed your beard and dyed it brown, you'd probably look like that still.
Well,
you would totally still look like that.
Yeah, well, don't tell my wife.
But look at you, man. You're
shave it off. Nobody would notice.
Share my screen.
I'm not sharing anything.
Please.
You can do that yourself. Right?
You can do it yourself, Aldi.
I know I did, but he won't let me share it.
There. I'm sharing it. Look at that. Look at that young.
When's the commercial for Jesus Christ Superstar over with?
Everybody's so hilarious. For like 3 or 4 Halloweens in a row, I went as JC. I had a big robe and.
Oh, you could totally still pull it off, probably.
Yeah, and I went. As my friend said, I dressed up as Fat Jesus. So yeah. I was right after I got married because those pictures up there are like
that's your signed.
Like we asked people to sign the oh my gosh.
See what married life does to you? Look at how much less gray hair you had before you got married.
Yeah.
Well, we'll just remove that. We're done. We're done watching that.
It also reminds me of what's the actor in Blade plays the villain's sidekick.
Blade.
Oh dear.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Chris Christopherson?
No, not Chris Christopherson. No, the villain. Blade's the hero. Then you have what's his face as the main villain, isn't it?
Deacon Frost.
Yeah, Deacon Frost is the main villain, and then his sidekick who gets his face covered by the train.
The butch vampire with the long hair.
Yeah,
it's Lance Mixter.
Yeah, it's Lance Mixter. That's it.
Mixter. Jesus. You know how to say my name. Just say it correctly.
It's more fun not to.
Oh, well, that's good news for you, Lance. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, I'm happy too. So, always good to be gainfully employed.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
What now?
In Blade.
I don't know what they're talking about either.
The villain Deacon has a fledgling sidekick who has long hair and a beard. It looks like young Lance.
Yeah.
It's not Udo Kier.
No clue.
He's
the head vampire.
Yeah, he was the head vampire. I don't know who you're talking about.
David something other. He's the one in Gotham. He plays Bullock in Gotham.
what was that old Z-Man game that was like a super dense and it was like in the 2000s, like 2004, 2005, and it had a horrible rule book. Oh man, I can't. And it was like, and it was like somebody said it was like a logistics game, is what it was. Like they, and it was like Empires.
No, I know what you're talking about.
Why can't I think of the name of that game?
I'll find it. It wasn't it. Was it a splatter game?
No, maybe, I don't know. I remember I got it. It had the worst rule book of all time. It was just horrible. It needed an English to English translation.
Yeah, many of those rule books do.
Mhm.
That's the worst bit about translation. Sometimes I'm translating something and it's like these little he's and she's will slip through from French to English. It's like, how did I miss that?
Oh man, what was that game called?
I'll find
and
it.
I can't. I mean, I know I can dig it up and find it, but I'm annoyed. Right? I wanna remember it without.
It wasn't Geekopolis, right?
No, it wasn't Geekopolis. It was, and I want to say it was a Z-Man game.
Yeah, I think you're right. I know what you're talking about.
I'm cheating, and I'm already thinking about looking it up, and I want to be able to stop myself, but I'm having trouble.
I can't help it. It's so beautiful.
I'm going to have to.
Hey, Harry, don't look at the light.
What was the name of
that?
that?
Eloquentia?
No. There's 41 pages of games that they published.
I'm going through them myself here.
Yeah.
It should be just one page.
Oh my god. So I just saw Laboca. We played the mental blocks from Panasaurus, mental blocks game. We couldn't solve the second puzzle.
Oh, that thing is hard.
Five adult people we were debating whether one of the blocks was a triangle or one of the blocks was a square for fucking 10 minutes, and I had to show everybody, no, come from my angle and look, and you can see it's not a square. I was so frustrated.
Oh, so I forgot to mention this last week, but when I got to meet Stefan Feld for like 5 minutes, which I thought was really awesome.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, this is my one shot, and I just said to him, I was like, so why reprint Macau? Because that's like my favorite Stefan Feld game. Well, no
conversation with him about Bruges.
Yeah, no. So my second is
Neuland.
Thank you. That's what it was. Yes.
Yeah.
And it was like, actually. And it was so dense. It was just like it was a really real, but no. And I told him reprint that. And then while I was like talking there, that was when the Queen Games people, they were like, we were just going to talk to you about that. Like, as far as like, seeing about if who had the rights and whether or not they could, so for those of you who have never played Macau, and Macau is like it's easily, in my opinion, like probably like the best dice game by Feld. It really good, really good. Yeah.
Well, it might be 10-year anniversary for Aliyah. They might still have the rights to do it.
No, he said that he had the rights were gone, or like the time had passed or reverted or whatever. So,
okay. It's interesting.
Yeah, Neuland.
Neuland.
Yeah,
I played it once, I think, and I think we might have played it right. Couldn't remember. It felt wrong.
Well, it had such a dumb cover.
You move things around, and like it was like a logistics game, but I couldn't tell you how it worked.
Yeah, but I remember we
were arguing about the very first move of the game, like whether or not a log should move. I remember that distinctly. Should this log move here because of this? Argue.
And it was I think I like tried to play it once and like we just put it away. We were like,
it was a shelving moment at the very it was definitely dense.
Yes,
it's a Peter Eggert game.
It was. We definitely thought about it, and then we were just like, no, we're out. I mean, that's happened with like so many games for us. Like,
you just don't, if you can't get past the first minute of it.
Oh, if you're setting it up and like I've had games where like, okay, we're gonna set the game up, and like you start setting the game up, and like there's a discrepancy between like the rules and also like in the components. So like you're already up against it, like where you're like, oh, take the so and so deck, and
Shuffle
it's just
these
like
10 cards and deal one to each player. Wait, well, there's 7 cards in the deck.
Yeah, something like that, or it's like take the production deck and play it, and you're like, and then like my buddy Craig will say, I have a warehouse deck, I have a shipping deck, and I have a manufacturing deck. And I was like, well, there should be a deck that says production on it. Well, maybe that's the manufacturing deck, and then like we'll just assume, there's been, and it's just like you're like, how did this, and then like you get about like maybe halfway into explaining like your actions, and we're just like, somebody will usually go, I say we just box this up and let's just play Battlestar Galactica. And I'll be like,
okay. It's your answer for everything, isn't it, Lance?
Yeah.
Go cut the lawn. Let's just box these up and go play Battlestar.
Well, as long as I can make my daughter go mow the lawn instead of me, that's fine. That's why we got the electric one. It's light.
A recent that where we just stopped. Where I was like ready to read the rulebook and we all just went like, oh, this is too much. Let's just put it away.
Get out one of your 17-word games that you like.
Have you played Letter Jam yet?
No, I haven't.
It's really good.
You're going to say that about anything.
No, I don't.
It doesn't feel like a word game. It feels more
it's a puzzle.
Trash on a game for me, Aldi.
I already did that. I told you.
But let's trash on another game.
Nah.
Oh.
Like what?
I don't know. Game you recently played that you trashed. You know what was really nice is that I hadn't done it in a long time. So it was late. It was after the one thing that sucks about the BGG Hot Games room, and admittedly it doesn't really affect us since you let us stay there a little bit later.
You're like got any for free?
No, the fact that it shuts down. Right?
Oh well, yeah, sure. People have to sleep though, dude.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean,
I guess if I wanted to add, what do you want? Like another 8 hours? So if you went
no, but you.
I'm just trying to think of how to make it stay open longer.
Yeah, I know, but like, I mean, is that like a Gen Con thing, or is that just like you trying to make sure that your people don't die?
The people don't die. Yeah.
Okay. So
I brought 20 people to Gen Con this year. That's a shit ton of people.
Yeah. But no, okay. But anyway, so like one time when like my daughter was getting tired and she was like crashing, and I was like, all right, and I went to go put a game back, and about the same time that I went to go put a game back was when Joel was like wandering over there, and like he and I just started talking, and we started talking about how like few really good games come out, and he and I we like just walked down the row where all the games were, that you have them alphabetized, like somewhat. And not that you didn't alphabetize them, it's just that other people were returning games in bad spots.
Oh yeah, people just throw the games on the table. So
yeah, people are just being a-holes, but whatever. And it was fun. As again, I'm not going to say either way for what he said or I said. But we were going through and we were like, hey, have you played this? No, this is a piece of shit. This is really good. This is crap. This is crap. This is crap. This is really awesome. We're doing that. And it was fun. It was like he and I just totally like shit piled on like, a good like 9
games there.
What? Yeah, I mean,
500 games there.
There's about a dozen or so like new releases at Gen Con that we both and we were like right on with each other, and like 8 or 9 of them we both were like, yeah, this game's a pile. This game's crap. Why did this get published? And it was fun. And it was just like it was kind of like it was neat to be just
recorded yourselves like.
Oh, it would have been great. Yeah, great. But I mean, and it's all taste though. I mean, like one of the games we totally shit canned is getting rave reviews from people, like just saying, "Oh, this game's amazing."
What game is it?
Which game is it?
I'll type it in the chat.
Oh, come on, Lance. Jesus.
I've already gone on record. I've already gone on record with in here that my dislike for it. So, but yeah, Joel and I both agreed that game right there
sucks.
Oh yeah, well,
it's nothing. Let me rephrase that. I didn't think it sucked, but I was like, okay, this isn't special. It's just
I thought it was fucking crap.
It's just because you can fight all the different characters. Like, oh, look at me, I could play fucking Hulk, or Godzilla versus fucking a lady from the grocery store. Like that's the big shtick.
And that's like what everybody thought it was gonna be. So like games like Small World are like, oh, it's so cool. It's like it's the smelly halflings.
That's completely whoa.
No. That's the only thing that was cool, and it was fucking lame.
Get out of here.
Small World's a pile of shit.
It's so jaded.
The most interesting thing you do in Small World is not doing anything.
Not taking a turn.
Yeah, not taking a turn. Hooray.
You will never let that go.
Well, it's a shitty mechanism.
I like it.
Of course,
have you
do.
tried taking it out?
Yeah, when you can choose to do nothing and go smoke one quick.
Or shit, or piss, or make a sandwich. There's other things you can do with your time.
Yeah, but this is you. Fucking Cheech.
I'm amazed this game gets so much love. Call to Adventure. I do not like that game at all. And everywhere I read about it, like not everywhere, but where I've read about it, it's all gushing, like amazing.
I didn't like that game either. I thought it was going to be really good.
What am I missing? We were playing it here with Stephen Sheesby and John Melby, and we read the rules and we're like, okay, where's the game? Where's the part where it gets cool? Like, what is going on with this game?
Yeah,
I posted a really negative review and I got shit on because I reviewed it before. Like a lot of the Kickstarter backers had got it / played it.
Yeah,
and it was just like nothing but hate for like a solid week.
What are we missing? Are we missing the storytelling part?
You have to role play it. You got to get into the role playing experience, Scott.
That's not fun.
Yeah, I didn't like
Making stuff up that's not in the game is not fun.
Plus, the rules have a big error in them that I got.
I'm pretty sure we went back and we double checked the rules. We're like, that's it. You roll 2-sided dice, and maybe you'll make it, maybe you don't, and you got to get 4 points, and you got to get 5 points, and you got to get 6 points, and that's it. And there's no special powers or very few. The special cards are not fun. They're just.
Well, the game really wasn't fun. When I played it, it felt like I was just going through the motions.
It's muddy. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, there you go, Lance. I bagged on a game.
There you go. Thank you.
Well,
I'll now go.
I immediately tried to give my copy away to all the guys at the table, and none of them took it.
Yeah, I gave mine away. I reviewed it and then I gave it away.
Wow.
But it's those weird ones where I've read many really gushing, like this is amazing, like the best time ever. Like what?
What the hell are they playing?
So about half of my games from Gen Con are still sitting in the cardboard boxes. They came in my garage, because I had to make room for games.
They'll be there for a year.
You shut your mouth.
They're gonna be there way longer than a year.
You just show up here to piss on people. That's all you do. It's like I got nothing better going on. I'm just sit here. I'm gonna sit here like some weird like bearded Jabba the Hutt.
Like he's wrong. Like he's gonna be right. You know he's gonna be right. Everyone here knows he's gonna be right.
No, so
I was gonna ask you that.
I've got to get rid of. I've got to figure out. Like I was gonna say, maybe I can do a. But there's some games like the Dust strategy board game. Like I should just get rid of it because I'm never gonna play it. But there's no way I can replace that easily, right? Because it's out of print. Shut up.
But you're never gonna play it.
But I care. Or Magnifico was another one of those games from that weird.
Why do people do that? I can't understand. You got a game on your shelf that you know you're never going to play, but you can't get rid of it because it has.
No, because like, what if I want to play it? Then I got to track it down again. I don't want to.
Yeah, you just buy it
down
again. That's what I do.
I know, but I don't have the limitless pockets that you do.
How long has it been sitting on your shelf?
You shut
4
your
years?
mouth.
5 years?
Do you still have your StarCraft and your StarCraft expansion?
Yes.
You ever gonna play it? No.
Maybe.
Sure.
Well, that's you can't possibly replace that without
I got rid of mine.
breaking the bank.
No problem.
You're an idiot.
You know what game I sold and then because I hated it and then I bought it back recently?
What?
World of Warcraft. I don't know why.
I walked by. I saw World of Warcraft was I got it at the last Beach G-Con flea market. I walked by and like it was still sitting there, and the guy had $100 price tag on it.
All the expansions in it?
No, it was just the base game.
Just the base game.
And I walked by it and I walked by it again, and I just said, "Dude, I got $70 sold." And so I bought it, and then like literally like a guy that like I've done like 3 or 4 trades with in the last like 10 years. He was just like, "Hey, I've got to get rid of." He had in shrink both the expansions for it, and like I traded him some like I think I traded him like a Space Hulk, an in shrink Space Hulk that I had.
That's fair.
I was just like, cool. Now I have all World of Warcraft, other than like the weird promo tiles, which I not really. Well, it's one of those things where it's like if I have 8 hours, I'll play it, but I'm never gonna have 8 hours again.
Well, and why wouldn't you play 2 really great 4-hour games instead of that one?
Yeah. Like that's one of my favorite stories is like when I saw the guy that created 18OE, the Orient Express train game that I'll never play, but I just had to have. And the guy had like 4 copies of it in his trunk, and Joe Wiggins had bought a copy from him, and he just, if you had the cash, you could buy it from him for like $120. And he was in a 3-player game of World of Warcraft, and I walked by, and Joel Eddy was at a table near him at Origins, and I was talking to Joel Eddy, and then Joe Wiggins said, "That's the guy," and I said, "Hey, do you have any more?" And he's like, "Yeah, I totally do." And I said, "Well, can I get a copy from you?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure. Let me finish up my turn, and I'll go out to the car and get it." And I was just like, "Oh, I don't want you. I can just get it tomorrow." He's like, "Oh, no. It's going to be about a half hour before my turn's done, and then it won't be my turn again for another hour." And they were playing. They were playing World of Warcraft with all of the expansions, and just like he said, "It'll be another half hour before I go."
I think that's why I got rid of it in the first place.
And so, like, and sure enough, like he said, just come back in an hour and I'll have it. And so, like, I walked off and I was like, oh, it's been an hour. I go back, and I went back there, and the guy was gone. He was still like, and then he like came up and he's like, "Oh yeah, here." And he's like, "Is it my turn yet?" They're like, "Nope." And he's like, "Okay."
So what did you pay for the 18OE game that you're never gonna play?
I think it was $120. I think if I remember.
I think that was what it was sold for.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to like mark it up. He just had copies in his trunk of his car. He said, "Oh, they're too heavy for me to carry around. If I see somebody who wants one, I'll go out to my car and grab."
He's the 18OE fairy.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah,
but yeah, like and I walked by that open play area like 5 hours later, and those 3 guys were still sitting there playing World of Warcraft.
Is there a co-op mode in the World of Warcraft game?
I'm sure. If there isn't, I'm sure there's an I'm sure there's a unofficial rules for it or something.
What if the expansions added a pure co-op? Because
that weird guy. I also got the Intrink Horned Rat expansion.
Yeah, I remember you got a lot of stuff that year. I remember.
Yeah, but I was really excited about the Horned Rat expansion because Chaos in the Old World is a fantastic game
by itself. Yeah. It is great. I think wasn't there something coming out from Come On? Now Pete's gone, we can't ask him.
Mm-hmm.
Something that's sort of spiritual.
Right?
What?
That was like Blood Rage before Blood Rage. I mean, it didn't have.
It had way more.
But it had the asymmetric.
But it had a lot more depth.
Yeah. Well, I remember people like were really mad about chaos in the old world because of the fact that like they perceived certain powers had it easier.
Thanks a lot, Ben.
What?
I think the corn guy was easy.
Powers didn't eventually be stacked.
Like basically, you had to make sure that you didn't you didn't give him easy combat. So like you actually had to know where I can't even talk. You had to recognize what each player needed to do to win, and one of those things was like making sure that like you didn't give Korn easy access to combats because that's how so you had to notice that you couldn't just like go into it being dumb, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah,
No, that game's great. I want to play it again. I haven't played it in a long time.
yeah. I mean, I've heard
It's like, how do I get that game back to the table? I've got 500 fucking games sitting out here in the hallway that are unplayed. So hard.
Well, you'll never have you will never have time to play all those before you're dead.
No.
Thank you.
Well, no, I mean, it's
like,
That's an
I know it's like
there.
all
If he
these
really
games.
put his mind to it,
like,
he could totally do that.
It's like Burgess. What's this guy? What in that Twilight Zone where he has all the books and all the time in the world?
Glasses.
Yeah.
Mm.
But it's not fair. I had time now.
Yeah.
Like, and that which is bullshit because
Burgess Meredith.
which is also bullshit because every library I know has a large print section. So I mean,
you don't look that deep into the Twilight Zone, man.
Yeah.
Besides, anybody who's anybody like with a little bit of money gets LASIK done now anyway. So.
Ooh.
So have you guys
Gotta get my
group on.
What
At a place
JT
that
from
shut
Game
down.
Crafters doing?
Hey, you can make fun of my Groupon, but I have 2015 vision now. So I mean, yeah.
What'd you say, Forrest?
Did you happen to see what JT from the Game Crafters doing? He's looking
I think so.
pay a reviewer $200 a month to I was talking to him today about it. He messaged me because I said, yeah, I'd be interested. He's looking for one person, but they're pretty much going to do a spotlight on one Game Crafter game a month. And they'll do like an unboxing video, a playthrough.
You shill.
A review. Yeah, fucking
Why
$200
not?
a month. Are you kidding me? And it's like, and I thought it was going to be like way more too. Like I was talking to him. I was like, oh, is that per week you want that? But it's, yeah. So it was interesting.
One video a month for $200.
It'd be 4 videos a month, and it's going to spotlight just one of the Game Crafter games that they really want to spotlight.
But you only need to do one review.
Yeah, it's a review, a gameplay video, an unboxing, and then I don't remember what the last one was.
For $200.
Yeah, $200 a month.
That's
really
great for them.
Yeah.
I mean, a
good for them.
playthrough on game
They're
night
getting
takes
raped.
20 hours to make.
Yeah.
I mean, now there's different kinds of game playthroughs, right? I guess.
Yeah.
Different
You
levels
know
of
how long a playthrough for a 40-minute game takes for me?
40 minutes.
40 minutes.
42 minutes.
So okay, so and I'm not trashing on Game Crafters like games or anything like that. I don't want to come across like that at all. But I am going to say that I mean the last game that Game Crafter had that was like a really good game, and this is just my opinion, but they originally had The Captain is Dead, and then AEG picked it up. It's just
I'm sure the games are good.
Well, here's the thing. There's probably some games that we don't even know about that have
Yeah,
as
because
they
no
had.
one-
No, I mean, go to Game Crafter. I mean, and the problem is that a lot of the games on there, they have the people, they haven't been picked up by a publisher, and so they don't have like hardcore good art. So I'm sure there might very well be really these games. Like, I'm not going to say they're going to be freaking awesome, because if a game was freaking awesome, and this is horrible to say, and maybe I'm wrong, but if a game is, freaking amazingly awesome or something like that, then I guess I would feel like it wouldn't be on GameCrafter. Or it would have been on GameCrafter, it would have been discovered by somebody else, and then they would have either gone to Kickstarter with it, or they would have gone to a publisher would have picked it up.
That's horrible to say. You're so freaking wrong.
Do you get to pick the games, Boris?
No, he said how it would probably work, and he's still shopping around for people. Is he would most likely send 3-4 games at a time, so that way he could start working on future videos. Because he reached out to me and he checked out my channel and he had why are you trying to add more to your plate? we talked a little bit about it, but yeah, I'm pretty sure you would have 3 or 4 games to pick from.
Well, here's the staff pick. The staff pick is Mall Frenzy. Become the best shop owner in a race for cash. Have you ever wanted to run your own business? Do you have the competitive spirit? Whether you want to have a coffee shop, a shoe store, or a fine art establishment, now you can do so with Mall Frenzy. Start with the small shop at your local mall and expand upwards and outwards to rake in the cash. But be warned, your friends are trying to do the same, and there's a limited set of customers. 2 sets of business cards, mall cards, action cards, and marketing cards are all used in your quest to corner the local shopping market. Do you have what it takes to come out on top?
Yeah.
I think it's interesting. I just thought it was more interesting that he was doing it.
Well, no, I mean, and there's nothing. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with them doing this. But notice this is a game that came out 8 years ago, and it's still their staff pick. So
maybe the staff haven't played it.
Really fucking likes the game, man.
Yeah.
There's too many games to play.
Let's be.
Maybe they only just got to it.
Maybe that's the case, or just maybe
There was a time travel game I thought that was pretty highly rated on GameCrafter.
Yeah, actually, I know
some time slide or something like that, or time.
Yeah, I did a review for it a long time ago, but I think it got published by somebody.
Probably.
Look at their clearance stuff. They got categories for $1.79. They got Cranium Booster Box 1. What the hell is this?
Is it like they're bizarre?
I'm gonna guess they buy shit really cheap at thrift stores, and this is where they sell them. Maybe because this is just a used copy of categories they're selling. Oh, I wonder if they sell it for the components or something. I don't know. This is weird.
Someone posted a picture of a thrift store the other day on the BGG group, and there was a copy of Word Slam in there. That's odd to me.
They have the Dungeon Runner decks. I remember playing Dungeon Runner a couple of times, a solitaire, basically a solitaire game with 54 cards. It was fun, to play once.
The Alien board game, or not the Alien, the Thing. Remember the Thing card game?
Well, no, that was a completely. I have a copy because I used this. You can't technically own that. It's
it was one of those Chinese card printers deal, right? Where you just push the button and add it to your cart and you get it for $1.
Yeah, but I have the better Thing board game, because the Thing board game that they came out with wasn't bad. It just wasn't good.
There was 3 of them. Which one's that then?
Well, okay, so Who Goes There
right?
was overproduced, and it just didn't. It required player buy-in a little bit, to thematically make it work.
Mm-hmm.
So that, of course, didn't work really well. And then there was the actual the Thing, which did a much better job of accurately being very thematic, but then it was still it was a little bit, I don't know, it was just too light for me, right? I mean, does that make sense? I mean, it was I kind of wanted it to be.
It ain't no Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah, no, it isn't, and that's like one of the things where it was like kind of like
Had they just
Whatever
copied
that is.
Battlestar Galactica's mechanics, it probably would have perfectly great.
Plus, like it was like it took a long time to just set that game up too. That was just kind of like I don't know. And the thing was, it was like the thing was, so like. So the whole thing about the thing was that like the motivation, if the thing just could survive, like the game, then like eventually, I mean, you didn't have to. If you really if you think about the movie The Thing, right? Like they're trying to figure out like which ones are which or whatever, and like they're trying to figure out which one's the bad guy. Well, the whole thing about The Thing was that it could like as long as it just lived, right? As long as it just like it just kind of stayed hidden, eventually it would leave the base, and then it would get into the normal population. It would infect the world and kill everything off. That was the whole like kind of thing. So like that's kind of represented in the game. So like the Thing character, the affected characters are kind of like, all right, just don't do anything. Don't do anything to draw any semblance of.
But if you just made it to the chopper, you won, right?
Yeah. So it was just kind of like. Plus, like there was some situations where like you could just like how like you could brig somebody, like in Battlestar Galactica, like you put somebody in the brig, and then like what they could do on their turn was they couldn't do anything, and they could just try to get out of the brig, and if they were if they were a Cylon, it was like one of those things where it was like they would just kill themselves so they could just leave and go be a Cylon or whatever, and then be able to affect it. But if you were a human character and you couldn't get out, I mean, like literally, like
pretty much over.
Oh, it sucked. It was just like, and the thing is, in that's really easy to do to a character in the Thing board game. Like you could just totally hose somebody, and one person would just have no fun like the entire game. It's like, oh, we're locking you in this cabin and you don't get to leave. Just and so I mean, it just I don't know. I expected
think, Dark Moon does that the best. Dark Moon BSG dice game.
Oh yeah.
It where you get to put in dice, right? Like that's the best. I think for those kind of games because you can't stop somebody who's bad. Right.
Battlestar Galactica, you just like I see BSG is just it's still the best. It's just
but it's also a 3.5 4 hour game.
See, it just flies by for me.
Sure, but like if you don't want to play, you want to play the hour version. BSG Express, Dark Moon.
Now, if you want to go there is a game called like The Thing that is it takes about an hour to play, and like there's absolutely no way that it is possibly licensed. It is a print and play game, and like all of the cards and files that you download are pictures from the movie. It takes, like I said, about an hour to play it, and it is easily that replicates the feel of playing the game, The Thing. And it is so much fun. I have a print and play game version of it, and I have played that one probably a dozen times. And like, I mean, there was like, I mean, I playing as both the humans and the Thing player. Like one person just starts off as the Thing player to begin with, and they get to like. They draw hands of cards, and they get to just hand cards to people, but there's only a certain number of infected cards, and everybody sees you handing the cards to people. But like there's tons of cards, and so they can't just say, oh, everybody's gotten a card, you can't do anything. You can't like, because you need those people to do the certain things that they need to do to like be able to escape and live. So there's a lot of conversation, a lot of negotiation going on, and a lot of anxiety. So if you want to take the time to print and play a game, I would strongly suggest downloading those files.
And you would strongly suggest the publisher pick up the title and make it a reality.
But the thing is that there's almost no chance that like you'd have to retheme it, and
yeah,
I'm
no problem
okay,
there,
but here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. In a game like that, like I think you could retheme it. Why didn't? Okay, so that Dark Moon dice game, like it was okay, but it was just kind of like, it was one of those things where it's like, why couldn't this have just been Battlestar Galactica? Because then you could buy into the theme. And admittedly, the theme shouldn't matter, but Dark Moon failed, and I think like kind of like it got decently reviewed, and people liked it, but like it had a totally uninspiring theme that nobody cared about, and so having having it, the Antarctic base of aliens or something, you'd be like, okay, whatever, and it would be so much better just having the actual thing characters and stuff.
All you got to do is just change it to a space base and have names like McWriter or
Starbuck.
Instead of McReady.
Oh my gosh!
McWriter.
What are you laughing about now?
I'm listening to you talk about how someone should do a print and play, which you should never do, by the way. Never. It always sounds better in practice than in fucking reality. I hate those so much. No, I'm on the board game reviewers thing, and someone has a game coming out called Smoke O Hempix, the ultimate cannabis competition, which I believe is a weed smoking game, which no one has shared any interest in so far, but I am the first. The responses were, I mean, good luck with, and these are, so normally when anyone posts anything there, Anthony, our friend Anthony said it best, me. Yeah. People jump all over it. So far the responses have been, I mean, good luck with that. Anthony put, no, you don't. Well, not having played the game, I can only critique the title. Don't want to violate. Yeah, it's like, yeah, this game could work. The name is awful. Yeah, Powers Game Corner. Hit me up, brother.
So I want to say one other thing about that print and play thing game. One of the best things about the game is that you get to the very end, and so like a lot of people would say, oh well, like the thing player can like infect people or not, but what can happen is that like you can seem to think that like, oh, like you've contained the alien, or the alien hasn't been able, because you are able to, like, if somebody gets infected, you're able, that person's able to like get rid of the card, and like there's ways to heal yourself, and so, but you get to the very end of the game, and if like the humans haven't been killed off and the thing wins, what happens is that the players have to decide, and everybody has to agree, like all the human players have to agree, either you are going to like signal for them to come and save you and take you off of the base, or burn the whole base to the ground and basically kill yourselves because you are convinced somebody in your group is infected. So if the human, and the thing is that all of the players, every single one of the players has to agree to not burn the place to the ground. And then you don't, and you wait and see, and that's how the humans can win. So like, and everybody turns over their cards, and they're not infected. Okay, we were never infected. We're okay, and we live. If they do that and somebody's infected, then the thing gets off the thing and then destroys the world. But the thing is that if you kill yourselves off because you're worried somebody's infected and everybody is fine, then you basically murdered yourselves and you lose. You would have been safe. And it like that, I mean, there's a lot of really cool things, but even if you get to the very end of the game, there's like, that is like a 10-minute discussion with everybody like just saying, and all it takes is one person. I've had sessions where it's like everybody's like saying, look, we're all good. And there's the one person who says, burn it to the ground. And like, and both things have happened where it's like, I told you I was right. I saved the world. And I was like, you idiot, you killed us all. and the thing hasn't done any, it didn't get any of us. It's no, like Forrest is absolutely right. A lot of times going to the trouble of making a print and play can be exceedingly tiresome and annoying, but this is like one of the very few exceptions, probably the only exception for me, honestly, for this one, that I agree. So yeah, that's another review of a game that that's out there.
Three reviews there.
Yeah, contact Arts Cow and have them print off the things for you. They don't care. They don't care at all.
Oh, the things. Oh.
Anyway, it's almost 12:30. Anybody else got anything really pressing in their mind they're thinking about?
I did have, but it's all been alleviated by just being here.
What's up?
What's wrong, bud?
No, I did have, but I've totally forgotten because I'm just so caught up in the moment with you guys.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are you who are you going to work for at Essen?
I'm with Bombex.
Bombaleo.
So I'm going to be demoing the new Abyss Conspiracy.
Ooh. We just got 200 copies of Imaginarium in our store.
Yeah.
I love that game.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Isn't that Bombex?
Yes, Bombex. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very pretty game.
Also very strange that Asmodee didn't distribute it. That's
their loss is our game. I mean, assuming we can sell them.
Well, I would think you can.
I don't think so. We got Crisis too. Crisis.
Yeah.
Crisisiphus?
You guys played Crisis?
Yeah.
No.
It's good.
It's not too bad.
Oh, good.
I had a bad rules explainer, and so it affected.
I mean, that's a worker placement game. How can you?
Yeah.
Messed up.
Yeah, but he just explained it like a rule book. He didn't explain it like a human.
Oh, right. You gotta go here before you go here, because if I take your spot here, you can't sell any of your stuff.
Yeah.
Right, and you can't make any money, and you can't make any progress, and then you lose.
Yeah.
I played XCOM, the board game, again for first time in a long time. I really like that. XCOM.
Did you ever play the expansion?
Yeah.
Expansion add much to it?
Yeah, it adds a little. It doesn't change the rules much, and it just adds more stuff. So I liked it. I'm a big fan of that when they do an expansion.
Yeah, that's strange that they haven't bring out a few expansions for that already.
Well, I don't think it sold like they thought it would. And here's the deal about XCOM is like it's supposed to be timed, but the game's so brutally difficult. We just don't even play with a timer. We just play it methodically and try to figure it out, and we play on a harder difficulty.
Oh,
makes sense.
And it just and honestly, it works really well that way.
Like, people didn't get what they wanted from XCOM. XCOM is a tactical miniature board game in my mind.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
and I'm appreciative that game exists, but it's not what the video game is.
I can't believe they didn't do that, though. I mean, like, you'd think that.
I mean, it's daring. I mean, Eric Lang, I remember, posted like, "We're doing crazy stuff here. I hope I don't get
backlash."
Yeah, but he did, I think.
But you would have to think that they still have the option, like somewhere out there is the $1 million
Kickstarter,
multi-million. Wait, you couldn't call it XCOM though. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
It's called Gloomhaven, isn't it?
It's called Gloomhaven, but it's not sci-fi.
But so could you take like the that sort of a game with like tech trees and research? Like, oh man, I mean, can you imagine like being able to like what?
The game is there.
Well, yeah, I mean, just like you'd have to have like just like I'm just thinking about the production. Like, you'd have to have like nice chunky like cardboard tiles to like build your base, and then and that would be one side of this would be a total table hog. You'd have to have that, and then you'd have to have like 2 or 3 different game boards for or no actual I mean, you wouldn't want to have every city be the same though. So
Have you played that Elite game?
Oh yeah.
Is that in this? That's like
no. I mean that's I mean it's fighting aliens, but I mean if you're trying to do an XCOM experience, you'd have to have some sort of you'd have to have some sort of procedurally generated map for when your commandos land, and the first thing would have to be your lander, right? And then and your men your soldiers would start in there. And I don't think you could have 12 soldiers like the old school XCOM. You'd have to have 4.
It'd be the basis for
Yeah, it'd be like a Gloomhaven squad kind of thing.
Yeah, and then you'd have to move out, but it'd have to be very tactical. Move 9 squares.
Yeah.
And then be very heavily dice driven. Each character would have have its own character board, and you could level them up as you play.
It'd have to be legacy style probably as well, because in the video game there's certain moments that happen which will trigger the next different type of alien which is introduced into the game, and it wouldn't be just like scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3. You'd have to catch a piece of technology, examine it, and once you've unlocked that, then the aliens become a bit more powerful. You've got the skinny men, or the mutated tanks, or whatever they are. So yeah, legacy style.
The game could be there.
Yeah, and it can be transported to any alien race, couldn't it? You didn't have to do it as Earth. It could be Earth. Aliens.
Aliens versus Marines, or whatever is
that would be your $1 million thing though. Would be the fact that you'd have so many different alien races. You'd have your grunts, you'd have your insect-like races, you'd have your greys. Just like XCOM did.
What was that other? There was another game, sci-fi alien game, big boxes full of shit. It came out with multiple boxes. It was a few years ago. I think Joel Eddy gave it a really good review. I remember. What's the name of that?
I think I remember what you're talking about.
What I'm talking about? If I had my Kickstarter page open, I could find it. Oh, I do. No, I don't.
Yeah.
Closed it. It was eating.
God, what was that?
What was the name of that one?
Mega Protocol? No.
Nemesis?
No.
Not Nemesis.
Kabuki, you're not on form.
Is Joel still in the chat? There's no way Joel's still around.
Yeah. Team Pooge, baby.
I think it was done by the Sword and Sorcery guys.
Oh yeah.
I know exactly what game you're talking about.
What was that called? Someone's gonna get it for us. It's
I ended up trading it away or selling
fighting aliens. You are Marines or soldiers or some kind of thing, and you get off your ship and you. Oh God! Now it's gonna kill me. Let me find it.
No, let me think.
Sword and Sorcery guys.
I'll give you a clue once I find it.
Sword and Sorceries. That's Ares, right? Ares Games.
Ares, yeah. It's an Ares game.
Yeah, they pissed me off. Well, okay, so Ares asked me if I would do
Galaxy something.
Galaxy Defenders.
Yes.
I'll just say this. I'll air this grievance because Ares ain't gonna give a shit.
Name and shame, baby.
No. So no, Ares they reached out to me back when they were doing the Kickstarter for, I think it was Sword and Sorcery. Yeah, it was for Sword and Sorcery. They reached out to me and asked me to do the Kickstarter for it, a video for me, and I was like, yeah, sure. And they're like, oh, if you do this, we'll give you the all-in pledge, for it. And I was like, cool, super, awesome, let's do that. So I did that, and then they did a contest for Sword and Sorcery on BGG, and I freaking won. I like just went in there and answered C to every question like I do with every single one of them, and I won. And I was just like, well, and the win was for a complete pledge. And I was like, oh, super cool. And I had somebody, I was like, oh, I'm going to get 2 of these now. I'll have to figure out, like, I'll find somebody that wants it, or, you know, something, or I can sell it. Or I think like one of my friends said, oh, I'll buy that from you. I was like, oh yeah, cool. Awesome. Let's do this. And so then, I got one of them. And it was, and like they contacted me. They were like, "Oh, hey, you know," they were like, "Oh, you were the winner of the BGG so and so. Can I please get your information and we'll send this pledge to you?" And I was like that, and I wrote back. I was like, "Hey, that sounds awesome. By the way, I also did the video for this, and so I think you're saying, I don't know if you could save on shipping, but you know, like I'm going to get 2 of them. I don't know how you want to work that out, but just, you know, like, just make sure that, you know, I just don't want you to like send me this one and think that you fulfilled the one for the video, or send me the video and think you fulfilled this one. I just want to make sure that makes a mistake." And so I didn't get any emails back, and I just said, all right, you know, whatever, I'll follow up with them later or something like that. And in the meantime, they contacted me and they're like, "Hey, will you do a video for Galaxy Defenders?" Because they were just going to start the. I was like, "Yeah, sure, that's awesome." And they're like, "Okay, cool." And then like I got one of those, like the full thing, and then I was like, okay, that's weird. And so then I just sent an email. I was like, "Hey, I got one of these. I'm just wondering when I can get the other one." And I got an email back saying, "Oh, we're sold out. We're only sending you one." And I was like, "Okay, well, is this one for the contest, or is this one for me doing the video for you?" And then they never responded. And then like I was like, "Well, fuck this. I'm not doing this Galaxy Defenders video." And I was pissed. And then they emailed me like, "Oh, our campaign started. Where's your video?" And I said, "Well, you know, it's like you guys never sent me my game for the original one, so I'm not going to do this." And they're like, "Oh, no, that was for the video." And I was like, "Yeah, but I won that contest too." And then they never responded.
So why do they want to think they can double dip? I mean, like, it seems so minor to me to make you happy and not double dip on the.
Well, and it was just contest. Like whenever
just signed up as a different person for the contest and send it to your address, and they probably would never know.
Well, and so I just shouldn't have been honest, right? But no, so like the thing is that whenever, and this is, I mean, and I don't know why this is the case, but it's like whenever I dealt with a company based in the United States, they were always like, "Yeah, sure, whatever, we'll take care of you." If I dealt with a company, like the times when like people would promise me things and then just not follow through on them, and then just offer me like little or no explanation as to why, it was always a European based company. It was just kind of like,
Barry, what do you have to say for yourself? as the token European.
Yeah, Barry.
So sorry, I was just imagining that if I had space for a copy of Sword and Sorcery.
It's shipping, right?
Yeah, it's got to be the shipping.
Because that's
European countries.
That's money out of pocket, whereas the game paid for already.
Do you spend that VAT tax on the way out, or is it coming in over there?
Coming in, right?
Yeah.
And plus all the goods you buy.
Yeah, the amount of times I got stung by picking up stuff on Amazon, America, US, on HeroScape stuff, and it was like, "Oh yeah, it's really cheap over there. Oh, it's only like $10." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'd rather pay $10 than 20 quid UK money." And it arrived at the door, and then I got another, £30 to pay on top.
Yeah. By the way, going through all the hoops to get the VAT exemption for Essen is huge.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody is listening, but if you're an American company exhibiting in Essen, do all the paperwork. It's pain. You got to do it every year, and it takes time, but it's worth it.
Well, I'll say this. I mean, whatever. Maybe I just caught somebody on a bad day with Aries or whatever. But I'll say this. I still think they make good games. I mean, and I definitely So I mean. And they keep making those World War I biplanes for those like 7 people still playing that game. Battlestar Galactica now too, right? Yeah. And I mean, but I remember like when before Asmodee was like huge and like a thing or whatever. I remember like I would reach out to them. It's like, oh, I'd really like a copy of insert game here, and like so I can do a review for you. And they'd be like, oh yeah, we'll totally get you one. And then like it would be like a month after it came out, I was like, oh, I never got this game, and they're like, oh yeah, we're sold out. I was like, well, I wish you would have told me you weren't going to send it to me, because I would have then went out and bought a copy, you know. So but now, as you say, it's sold out, and I'm going to have to wait 6 months or whatever until you get copies back on the shelf. But you know, just
I mean, you know, customer service is hard.
Yeah.
Especially for small companies. I don't know about Fantasy Flight falls into that, but certainly I bet Ares does.
Yeah, Ares has got to be smaller.
Ares has had some clunkers though, definitely.
Are they?
That Masters of Galaxy is them. That's a good game, isn't
That's
it?
really great. Yeah, it's really great. Good. But I think it didn't get. I mean, it's just a generic space game, though, right? Those are so hard to sell.
Yeah, that game was really good. But yeah, the theme was
Yeah.
It's one of those ones that I
You
keep.
can get it for $20 on Amazon.
I keep that game because I know it's so damn good, but I know I'm never gonna play it again unless someone
idiot! Why don't you get rid of it?
Yeah.
unless somebody comes over and knows how to play it, and they're like, "Yeah, Master of the Galaxy, let's do it." Like it's one of those games.
Let's do it.
It's waiting to die. It's waiting to leave my basement.
Oh.
I mean, I do have some expansions that I can like finally open up, and like I can put them all together. You know, like I have some of the, I have like the, like I'm looking right now, I have like the Ghost Stories like White Moon expansion that I should probably take out and put in Ghost Stories. See, I can't get rid of Ghost Stories because it's so tough to beat. Like I've only beaten that like maybe twice out of like the 12 plays I had of it.
But would you get rid of it if a replacement came along? Because there's the new version of Ghost Stories called I played
Ghost Stories?
No, it's fantasy theme.
Nah, I don't like. I like the Asian theme of Ghost Stories
with demons coming up and attacking. It feels like Castle Panic in a way.
Last Bastion.
And I don't like Castle Panic, so you're not enticing me with that.
No, but it is Ghost Stories. It reminded me of Castle Panic because it's like you've got the board, which is the castle, and then you've got the demons spawning on the side. And then your characters are moving around the 3x3 grid in the middle. So it's
I
the
remember
same game.
I remember being super, super excited to play Castle Panic, and then being ridiculously disappointed after I played it.
Because
I was
it's
just
too
like,
easy.
I think Zombie Panic was the one for you, right? Then you should play that.
Yeah, Zombie Panic was better,
Yeah,
but it still wasn't, you know.
Didn't scratch the itch.
No, I'm pretty freaking picky when it comes to my co-op stuff. You know, it's got to be brutal. Make me earn it.
Did you play in our Obscurio game? I can't remember.
No, but you guys you seem like you're having fun.
It's a good game.
But it's a kids game, you know. It's aimed at
That's an Essen release.
audience.
That was like the pre-release at Gen Con, right?
They were selling them.
What game?
No, but it was pre-release. Like the
Yeah.
actual like full
it's not
release
out.
isn't
You go
for
in
Essen or something.
correct.
Yeah.
Fantasy Flight always mystifies me with some of their. Well, that wasn't a Fantasy Flight, but it was Asmodee. But if they had the Marvel game there, they would have sold thousands.
Wait,
Maybe,
Gen Con.
maybe they don't want to sell thousands.
Maybe they don't like money.
What were
Well,
they
you know,
pushing?
they want to promote store stuff, right? And store stuff.
You know what? I think not to start on a giant topic, but I fully admit that I think that that game stores are still somewhat relevant now, but I think like relatively soon, with the local game store, their relevancy is going to drastically decrease very soon.
Yeah.
Like
What makes you think it's not already happened?
Well, no, it's happening right now, but within the next like 5 years, I mean, we're going to see a massive drop off for stores that don't have a online component to them. It's just and the thing is that it's a combination of retailers not supporting them, but it's also a combination of people just don't support them. And it has way more to do with people not supporting them. No, I mean, no retailer in the world is going to make it if they try to like focus on the local game store. I mean, it just doesn't happen.
When you say retailer, you mean publisher?
Yeah, publisher. I'm sorry. Yeah, publisher. I mean, it's like you can't. I just it's my firm belief that like count up the local game stores that you have. If they don't have like the two that'll stay alive in mine, one is the place to play Magic the Gathering in town. So that'll keep the lights on, and the other is the place to play miniatures games, and that'll stay alive because of that.
Right. So the Magic stores, the Warhammer stores.
And then, but like if you're just a board game place, no, you're done. I mean, unless you're a board game cafe and you're like giving them food and something else.
Yeah, then you're a restaurant then technically.
Yeah.
Instead of a board game store.
But I think it's easily like, yeah, those things are just gonna be gone. They're gonna close up shop and move on with their lives.
There's not much payback. Talking to the guys that I know here who've all contemplated opening stores in France, it's like, well, yeah, we could open a game store, but the amount of revenue that you generate from selling 20 board games a day is not going to support you,
and you aren't going to sell 20 board games a day anyway. So I mean, it's and I think I said this before in one of my tirades, but like you have like these very few number of these store owners that say, oh, Kickstarter is killing me. No, Kickstarter's not killing you. Amazon's killing you. Kickstarter has nothing to do with anybody. And as somebody very wisely told me, that like 15 or 20% of board game store owners who say, oh, I freaking hate Kickstarter, every single one of them lined up Scythe on their shelf up and down. And they were selling those as fast as they were bringing them in. And the same thing with like, I mean, so, the idea that,
just look at like Claustrophobia. They sold every single copy direct, right? They didn't make money for stores.
Yeah.
That's going to be the future. There will not be any for stores, right? Because why would you sell your game at 40% when you can sell it at 99% or 95%?
Board game publishers, as long as you can, continue to be have a Kickstarter campaign. I mean, it's just like Kickstarter takes 5% off the top, then you have 95%, of which then you like the rest is manufacturing stuff.
Calculated in your 5% into your
because you're going to make more money running a Kickstarter than you're trying to like just publish it, print off a game. And
good idea.
Yeah.
Anyway. Talk to you guys later.
Yeah. All right. Let's
between a pre-order and a Kickstarter then.
Well, that's what I don't understand. Is like, I mean, admittedly, you would have to like have a presence, right? So like, so Stegmeyer definitely like, has a thing where no, I'm not going to use Kickstarter anymore. Whatever. But I do think that, I don't know. I mean, Pete's not here to respond, but I mean, you tell me like I would be willing to wager that Cool Mini or not is like working on their own like pre-order thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like being able to what?
I already have it.
Geek Funder.
Love the name.
Yeah.
No, but like, look at the claustrophobia guys. They printed all those games ahead of time. They didn't need the cash flow. That's the thing with Kickstarter. Some companies need the cash flow, right, Barry? Like to
Yep.
make
Yeah.
a lot of companies don't.
Yeah.
They just will make the game and then we'll sell it ahead of time and make it seem like you're part of this crowdsourcing funding team. It's a powerful tool. Like you feel you're part of you're part of the team. I'm helping make this game. When in reality, they already made the game, right? You just didn't really know it. I mean,
Pre-games.
they were pretty upfront. Anyway, I gotta go.
Yeah, we all gotta go. So thanks everybody for listening. Blah 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 blah. I don't know. We'll actually like buy. I think this works really well. StreamYard works well, so I like this.
Yeah, buy it so you can get rid of that logo.
Yeah, so we can get rid of that. I think that duck is kind of cute looking, actually, though. But
he looks like he's a duck with a Kickstarter headset.
Well, you know, I mean, he'd be a lot better if he was just an orange blob. I think. I always keep yeah, just maybe one last little dagger cut into the side there. I see like these. I see there's still like the 3 or 4 people still carrying the pitchfork and torch, trying to like make sure that people know how much.
To the people that are doing that, it bothers me zero.
Hey, Wally, do you go to Essen with BGG, or is it just you?
Was that a question for me?
When you go to Essen, is it BGG or just you?
It's BGG. We have a booth.
So, do you think you'll get used to people bitching at you about the logo in different languages?
Nobody has said anything negative to my face.
I have.
Not a single except for Lance.
I did, but I was joking. I was just.
Although there was one negative person, someone did say something to the Rodney and said, "Why did you change the logo? I don't like it, and I'm not going to support you guys anymore." And then bought $150 worth of bits. I'm like, well, okay, you're obviously supporting us, but why did you say that?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they didn't really realize that we were selling things for Board Game Geek. I don't know. It's weird.
People are weird.
People are weird.
People are weird.
All right. Bye. Good night, everybody.
See you guys.
Ciao.
Take it easy.
Let me sort this out.